Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Hi, Chip. Hi, Brett Talk. Hi, Narix. Welcome. Thanks for helping. You do lurk today? Of course. And thanks for the lurk, Chip. Always appreciate lurks. Wait, I remember. Oh, it. The music's suddenly very loud. Give me a second. There, okay. It happened again today. Apparently the store that I went to every day is not open today as well. Like yesterday it didn't open, I guess it's Sunday, but today it's Monday, they didn't open. It's like, I didn't get to eat my chow chai fen gan for 2 days in a row. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's okay though, but still, I wanted to eat that. I wanted to eat the food. Hiya. It is kind of weird though, like they have been they take break once every 2 weeks on Tuesday, but it's just kind of weird how they're suddenly not open for 2 days in a row, for yesterday and today. Oh, I wonder what happened to them. I hope nothing happens, right? Maybe they're just taking a break, you know? Maybe it's a bit too overwhelming. I don't know, you know, working every day. Understandable, right? Very understandable. I don't know. Me. But at least I have a very nice curry rice over there, so it's not bad. It's not all bad, honestly. So also last night, last night I fixed the Halo, right? I did try it, and it requires me to re-log into Xbox, which is fine, right? And I logged in and everything should be working fine. And out of fear, I did not switch off my PC yesterday, so hopefully it works today. Alright. I didn't want to close my switch off my PC and then suddenly it doesn't work again, and I have to remove every XPL credentials again, and then gonna restart my PC again to get it to work again. I don't want that. So yeah. Also, hi Jameson. Hello Dragon. Welcome. Gosh, Dragon always makes me so happy. I'm weird, am I? like being 100 here, right? I feel like I'm weird, but nothing's wrong with being weird, honestly. Yeah. Let me drink real quick. Oh yeah, also the weather today is very weird. So I was eating, right? I was eating at the place, and then it suddenly rained like real harsh for, I'm not kidding, for 10 seconds. And then it stopped entirely. I was like, huh? Because I was thinking that, okay, I didn't bring my umbrella, so I probably have to run to my car because I was almost done eating my food. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, it's not too far of a distance from the place to my car, so it should be fine. And then it rained for like about 10 seconds, or maybe a little bit lesser than that. Like real like big rain for about 10 seconds, and then it stopped entirely. Like, no, it's not like the rain becomes small. No, it just stops. I was like, huh? I have never been this confused ever. And like, oh, okay, I guess they decide to rain for 10 seconds and be done with it. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm okay with that. Nothing's wrong with that. At least I don't need to risk getting sick, you know, having to run under rain or something like that. Apparently rain makes people sick very easily, so it's unfortunate, because I love walking around like walking under small rain, like dribbles. And that one is great. I like it. Anyway, I'm ready to play some Halo. I honestly wanted to play Baroni as well today, but we'll see. I bought the DLC yesterday on stream. Baroni, look at this. Apparently that's a salamander race, yes. And I'm very interested in playing this game, but I don't know if I'm gonna play today, honestly, because I don't think I can stream for a long time today, because I need to go fetch my family at about 7 PM, so I can probably stream until like 6 or something. It is 12:29. I mean, 5-6 hours is pretty good, I would say. Yep. Hi, Kobo. Welcome. Oh my god, Kobo. Kobo friend. Right, let me... wait. There. It should work, because I did not switch off my PC, and it it should work. It's not going to be like yesterday where I'm just gonna be stuck on a perpetual loading. I'm pretty sure. Or at least I hope so. Oh wait, there's more update on... oh my god, I forgot how loud that was. What the heck? I don't know who that is. Alright, I'll be right back, just a second. Okay, I'm back. There was... a package delivery for my sister. Damn, look at that. Game works now, hell yeah. Alright, now we can continue. Oh, I was running, oh my god. Alright, resume. That's how I remember how to play this game. Demo. Hey, I have to catch my breath, oh my god. I want to make my computer a little bit light, my monitor screen a little bit brighter. Actually, I have a little bit of question, right? Do you guys play with your monitor like at the maximum brightness or like medium brightness or like the lowest brightness possible so that your eyes doesn't hurt? Because to me, I usually play... I usually have my PC and my monitor at like not bright, so that my eyes doesn't hurt as much.
We need to get to the bridge. From there, we can use the captain's neural implants to initiate an overload of the ship's fusion engines. The explosion should damage enough systems below it to destroy the ring.
Make your way to the bridge. So we are fighting against what do we call it again? The flood, right? Flood. Be like looking at the sun. That's how you put your monitor at. What the heck? Ow. What's that? I don't even know how to play this game anymore. Oh no. Oh no. Also, hi Ion. Welcome. Oh. Isn't this where we are the first time? Is it? I feel this is where I was at the first mission. You know, like a struggle between Covenant and me. I don't know if this is the way to go, honestly. It is. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is like my first mission. Not a lot of gun, huh? Guess I gotta be careful with my ammo. Ooh, shotgun. And needler? I think shotgun is really good, right? There you go, music. Any bully? I want bully. Shotgun screen against flood. That looks like a shotgun, no? really like the music of this game. Yeah, like it's really good. Not really good against those small ones though, but it's fine. Jamming. Oh, it's you. Oh, there's cover them here still. Oh my god, I couldn't aim. Okay, that's the weak point. I remember. Oh, is it on me? How did it die? I don't know what happened. Whoa. Legs? We fix it so you don't have to? Oh, satisfactory. I didn't stop my leg stream today. I had a busy morning. I had to do a lot of chores because my family isn't here. But I hope you have a good stream, Lex. Also, thank you, Ixon, and hi, Ixon, hi, Lex, hi, everyone from the raid. Welcome. Hope Spooder has a nice stream. Welcome, everyone. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. We fixed it, so you don't have to. I don't have to. I feel I'm not good fighting against the white ones. They're really good at aiming at me. I'm not too sure how to deal with them though. Pokemon is having fun Halo times? Heck yeah. Halo is pretty fun. It's just a little bit unfortunate that yesterday stuff happened so I couldn't play it, but I fixed it so I can play it again. Heck yeah. And I hope Spooder had fun with Satisfactory as well. Guess I'll try this. Ooh, Needle is really good against them. I mean, they're so good at dodging. I should probably head back and get that first aid kit. This one. Nice too. I think there was a med kit on the last room left. Yeah. I cannot believe it. Kobo remembers. Oh my god. Kobo has brain power? Wow. Guess I'll use needle against those elite units. Seems to be really good against them. Oh, I want to see modern. Ooh, modern needler looks pretty cool. Actually, nah, classic needle looks really cool. I mean, the needle is just crystals here, right? But this one actually has more of a glowy crystal sci-fi look to it. It's cooler. I like it.
The bridge. We made it. Let's get to work.
No, I didn't want to go there yet. Okay, now I have to go there actually. I feel like there could have been a secret there or something. I don't know. What the grenade?
I need you to upload me into the control systems. The terminal is located next to the main view screen.
Just gonna make sure. Whoa. Oh.
I leave home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time to make it to a lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before the detonation.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous! That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge? Weren't you worried it might be captured or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays, a local tap.
Oh.
You can't imagine how exciting this is! To have a record of all of our lost time! Human history, is it? Fascinating.
Oh no. We've been followed. That makes sense too, because we have to deal with the drones at the start.
I will enjoy every moment of its categorization. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
He stopped the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win. Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless and...
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
Oh no.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine's shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why?
But what? You're talking to Master Chief.
Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, sentinels.
You're talking to Master Chief, Cortana. Oh shit. Hi, Fang. It's my shoddy. Well, it's mine now. I'm the Kobo with a gun.
The ship was heavily damaged when it crashed. Head to the cryo chamber. We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
Get to the engineering by way of the cryo or something? Ooh, music? Let's go. The correct shoddy too. Ooh, the music, heck yeah, so good. It's like just enough of the... Like the music is not overwhelming at all. It should. Right? Because sometimes when it comes to shooter games like this, sometimes the music is like too overwhelming, and then you do eventually get overwhelmed by all the visuals and all the like visual overwhelming, and then you have like audio overwhelm. It's like, yeah, sometimes a little bit too much, but then Halo kind of nailed it. Right? This is just the amount of tense that we need, right? So yeah, I really like it. It's really heckin' cool. They really thought about everything. No. Yeah, shotgun shells. I need shotgun shells. No shotgun shells. Sad Kobo noises. Are these shotgun? Weird. We don't talk about Halo 5 music. Are they like bad or something? Thanks for walking into it, I guess. Full needle rounds? Heck yeah, and heals? Ooh. It really went with Avengers feel to the music. Halo 4, in my opinion, did a great job. This is the first Halo I played, and this one has been enjoyable so far. Of course, some stage wasn't the best, but hey, it's Halo 1. It's 1 for a reason. There's still like unknown territory at that time. Oh, there's already an ad break. All right, ad starts at 30 minutes. Oh, bridge. Sentinel noises. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't want to just go up close and personal with them. That worked. Your needler? I feel like needler I have is against those elite units, especially those white colored elite units, because they're so good at dodging. Nice. Sentinel noises, I think. You use it on everything. Cool. Eagle-eyed. I guess I can try as well. People have been saying that Needler is like the best gun in the game. I should put my avatar a little bit, because the chin scratch is now the chin scratch is like nose scratch. Yeah, that should work. Thanks for the head pet. That's the chin. Also, Fang, did Fang give me head pets? If not, I'm just gonna steal the ankles. What? Know your ankles? Haha, too late. Oh, I have full health. I'm gonna need... Oh, I didn't see it. Need some eat for work? We'll be lurking here in the cozy Kobo cave. Thank you for the lurk, Lex. Have good rest. Have good eat. Night, night. I will hunt the dragon. Got him. Oh, Nick, hi. Welcome, Kobold friend. You're dead, right? Here they come. Oh, there's leather. I don't even know if that's hitting them. Yeah, no. They just shot through the floor. Right, we good. They bullied the ball and they just shot through the floor. Also, I hope Nick is doing good. Oh, everyone's doing good here. Thanks. it's a shotgun that I cannot take, is it? No. Well, that was kind of unfortunate. Must be empty. All right. They with bishops. Is this infinite enemy? I think it's like infinite. Let's keep going. Ow! Was it a shotgun shot? Boom. Oh my god, that was a shotgun. Is there just infinite enemy going on here? Oh, unlucky. Okay, then there's actually infinite enemy there. Let me just drink some water. Maybe I should just keep going. Mm. Thank you, Bretta. Alright, let's keep going. Go, go, go. Oh, look, there's some shotgun shells. Alright, let's not go back then. Dangerous. Oh, we can shoot through the door. Oh. All right, let's keep going.
Smell one.
I smell one.
Down in front.
Wow, the lights behave very differently here. Sentinel is way easier to deal with than Covenants. Okay, let's heal up for a bit. More sentinels? That worked. I don't know if there's another case of infinite enemy here. Definitely gonna need more shotgun shells here. And this place looks clean. Engineering? There's two paths here. Two loading done. Light fuse? Wait, so this is the way to go? Right, light fuse runaway? Oh, okay. No, what's over here? What's over here? Oh, I'm so glad I came in here first, oh my god. Invisible flip? Oh shit. Many guns here. I do like myself some rocket launcher. Oh, invisible flood. Oh my god. I guess we'll come back later. Oh, they knocked this one. Ooh, okay. Let's hope there's a health pack somewhere. Two wings? I guess they lead to the same room. What?
Engine room located. We're here.
Oh.
Alert! The monitor has disabled all command access. We can't restart the countdown. The only remaining option is to detonate the ship's fusion reactors. That should do enough damage to destroy Halo. Don't worry, I have access to all of the reactor schematics and procedures. I'll walk you through it. First, we need to pull back the exhaust couplings. That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive group.
I'm not listening.
Hardware and software configurations are below required specifications.
Are you gonna hurt me? Kobo with gun? Yeah, Kobo has gun. Hi, Sorrow. Okay, there's a lot of things I need to do, I think.
Recategorizing data for processing and storage now.
Hope Sorrow is doing good. Oh, health pack. Thank you.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Sentinels?
Are you perhaps ill?
Are you perhaps ill? Probably. Oh, I couldn't jump. Am I supposed to be here? Well, that's stupid using this against them. I wouldn't say shotgun really works as well, but unfortunate. Okay. Whee.
You must surrender the construct so that we may return to our appointed task.
No. Kobo doesn't want. I want the construct, it's shiny. Ay, 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 ay. The fuck?
Not acceptable, Reclaimer. You must surrender the construct.
Hi, Brian. The Kobo is. Can I jump up here? Oh, wow, Master Chief is a jumper. E to retracting.
Good! Step 1 complete. We have a straight shot into the fusion reactor. We need a catalyst explosion to destabilize the magnetic container surrounding the fusion cell. Use an explosive.
Okay.
I recommend a grenade or rocket. If you run out of explosives, there is an armory station located near the engine room's entrance.
Hello. What am I doing again? Oh, Brian is doing good. Just go. I think this one is supposed to be.
Oh, Howard Footy.
Oh. Yeah, I think this is close enough.
Do you require medical attention?
Hello. Explosive into reactor, either grenade or rocket. Gonna open the shaft and toss an explosive per Cortana's instructions. If you run out, there's an armory down the hall. Well, I flew. Sentinels.
Please, surrender the construct and I will endeavor to make the necessary repairs as quickly as possible.
Hey. Right, there's fall damage. Oh, okay, okay. Now let's go to level 2 again. I messed up. Don't care about the sentinels, they cannot hit what's moving. I hear shotgun shells.
System blockades will be removed in 16 cycles.
I have 9 shells left. Okay, I think that's enough. Just don't care about the sentinels. I'll make my way there, I should be fine. Dang, what happened? Oh, something changed here?
Your behavior is not in keeping with established protocols.
Shut up, guilty something your name, I don't know, numbers. Hey, I couldn't jump. Hi Zuri, welcome. Yaki Piki. Get closer. I wonder if I can hit them with a nade. Okay, they're busy tickling the flood, I think. The jumping is so hard. Can I just... Oh, we did it! Okay, okay, okay. Thank goodness that worked.
Reactor number
Run!
1 destabilizing. Use explosives on the other 3 reactors. That should be enough to trigger a wild-type explosion of the engines.
Where'd you guys come from? Get out of here. Oh my god, no. This is endless enemy again.
Your behavior necessitates repair and revision.
You can shoot a rocket on the vent. Oh, I just did that. Heck yeah. I kinda want to not use a shotgun here. If I can have a pistol, like the plasma pistol would be nice. Yeah, if I'm here, they tend to like just keep spawning. In a way, I guess I can get shotgun shells like that.
This AI construct possesses far too much data.
No, you're gonna jump, Master Chief. You gotta jump. Okay. Just go, just go. Wait. Okay.
Surrender the construct to me, or I will be forced to take you offline permanently.
Wait. Open up!
You would destroy this installation as well as this fascinating record.
Nice. Okay, just 2 more. I think. Oh, they're not doing it. Okay, I think that did it.
We must be moving.
I need more shoot gun. Oh, thank you, Sri. Ayo. Hello. 45 stream streak ang mga ganun.
Why do you continue to ignore your task?
Keep it up. Only one more fusion reactor to go.
Change.
Why do you continue to resist us, sweet Raven?
It's over. Okay, I don't see Sentinel here, just quickly do it.
Why do you continue to ignore your task?
I did it! The engine's gone critical. Based on the current rate of pay, we should have 15 minutes to get off the ship. Don't have much time. We should move outside and signal for evac. Accessing schematics. There's a service lift at the top of the engine room. It leads to a Class 7 service corridor that runs along the ship's dorsal structure. Hurry!
Inconsistent.
I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going. Oh. Oh, I have to get up.
Revision and repair protocols continuing. Please wait for update.
I guess I have to keep going up. Yeah. Oh, damn, thank you. Just a second. I hope I'm going the right way. Thank you, Knives. Hope stream was good, Zen. Welcome, Dragon. Hope Starbound was fun.
Payments must be moving. Be safe.
Oi, oi. Really? Oh. Okay. Raiding you again because you keep popping out after I finish streaming. Oh, thank you. I hope Starbound was fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. Welcome, Draken. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. And get some food, get some rest, stuff like that. Yeah, I should drink too. Boop. 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 I've been spoiled. Thank you. Right, let's keep going. Was capture a giant dinosaur and then it Mega Marty? Mega Marty? Starbound has dinosaur? Ooh, well, I actually don't know what Starbound is. And now I have a giant living bulldozing on my size. Nice. Sounds good, sounds fun. Hey, yeah. Hi, Pet Gamer.
Cortana to Echo 419. Come in, Echo 419. Roger, Cortana. I'm reading 555. The Pillar of Autumn's engines are going critical, Fohammer. Request immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at external access junction 4C as soon as you get my signal. Affirmative. Echo 419 going on station.
Yeah, get that off the stream, Care.
Things are getting noisy down there. Everything okay? Negative. We have a wildcat destabilization of the ship's fusion core. The engines must have sustained more damage than we thought.
Analyzing. We have 6 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to evac now. Activating final countdown timer. When it reaches 0, the engines will detonate. The explosion will generate a temperature of almost 100 million degrees. Don't. We can't make it on foot. We need a vehicle.
Oh. I tried to get in the car, but it didn't work. Thank you, Zen. Well, I can't shoot, so I'm just gonna go, I guess. Holy! Just go. Don't explode! How do you drive this bitch? Okay, guess I'm going in. Whee! Oh, that was cool as fuck. Oh my god, I'm so cool. Keep going. Don't care, don't shoot or anything, just... Uh-oh. Where's the driver's seat? Okay. Time to go. Ay. Whee! Ow. It's fine. Go! I don't know how to drive this thing. It's so unwieldy. I cannot control this car. This is a wild one. It's so rubber band-y. Can make it.
Cortana to Echo 419. Request extraction now, on the double. Affirmative, Cortana. Won't have an impact.
Wait, stop. This is where Fohammer is coming to pick us up. Hold position here.
You got it, boss.
Cortana to Echo 419. 2 Covenant Banshees are approaching on your 6. Evade. Say again, evade. I'm hit. Mayday. Mayday. This one system is back to hell. I can't hold her. I can't hold her.
Oh no.
Echo 419! She's gone. Calculating alternate escape route. Ship's inventory shows 1 long fighter still docked in Launch Bay 7. If we move now, we can make it.
Here we go, I guess. Thank you, Yo-Yo Boy. Welcome. What happened? I think that fire just hurt me. Don't believe in you, believe in me who believes in you. I believe in Brian. Kobo tried. Sorry. 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 Just had to do it. Hi, Akon.
Up ahead, there's a gap in the trench. At top speed, we should be able to clear it.
Okay. Ah. What do you mean? God damn, alright. Alright. Let's hope we can make it. 1 minute left.
That's the ship! Move! We need to get aboard now!
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. Oh. Don't mess with me. I'm going. Ooh. Do we do it? Go, Master Chief!
We're cutting it close!
Go, Master Chief! My ears are bleeding, but it's okay. Go, Master
Here we
Chief!
go.
Hell yeah, Master Chief! Oh my god, my ears. Why is this so loud? We did it! Easy, first try. Well, there goes the ship. And oh, that's the ring.
Shut them down, we'll need them later.
But without engine, are we just
Fancy
floating in
look.
space? Oh, we destroyed it. And it destroys itself. GG. The ring is gone. Halo is finished.
Did anyone else make it?
Don't think
Scanning.
so.
Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left.
Shit.
We did what we had to do. For Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo. It's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
But why? Is there more? Inertia? Inertia? Hold pistol, run faster. No credits for you? It's not done yet? That feels very climactic. If this is not done, I wonder how they're gonna be even more climactic if this is not the end. Oh. Oh. No, they just fucked with the credits in the MCC. Hi. It just straight up puts me to the main menu. Okay, I guess. I got a bunch of achievement after. Holy shit. Birth of a Spartan. Complete available in the game on normal difficulty. The original dev get no fucking credit? Jesus fucking Christ, that's rough. An object in motion stays in motion unless acted on by an outside force. So inertia means you keep in motion even after you cut thrusters. Oh! Cut thrusters unless you do something else, like bump into something, have air resistance in the atmosphere, gain no gravity. Okay. So that's inertia. Okay. And the finale doesn't give you time to reflect. It's the worst, especially in Halo 3 and Reach specifically. Yeah, I mean, essentially the end is just like, it's just getting started, but what, right? Like, because everything feels like it's already the end. Like, Halo destroyed, Covenant destroyed, Flood destroyed, Ring destroyed. And it feels like it could technically end there, but by Master Chief saying, I think we're just getting started, feels like Master Chief knows something that we don't, right? I also need to like get back and then get Halo 2 next, right? Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3 ODST, Halo 3, Halo 4, and then Reach. I think that's the order that I should play the game. So I need to download this one as well. Let's say he knows something and more he's got a bad feeling about things. True. 2, Odyssey 3, Reach in my opinion. Okay. So Glenn, I was right. I also need to download this, right? Yeah. Halo 2 campaign. I guess we'll uninstall Reach for now because it's like super duper heavy. I'm keeping this one installed, I guess. 2 is your personal favorite. Right, let's accept selection. How can I check the download? Oh, there, okay. 20 gigabytes? It was an unpolished mess on release and killed the franchise for me. Oh. 2 is a lot of people's personal favorite. Well, that's good to know because I'm gonna play 2 next. I visited it as an adult and was like, holy fucking shit, this is peak. Oh, but it was an unpolished mess on release. Oh, yeah, that could have killed a lot of like people interest in Halo, I feel like. So I guess I can only wait for this to install now while I yap about things. An incredibly troubled development. Oh. So I assume they get like re-release after for Halo 2? They need to start over. Oh my god, yeah. That sounds like a lot of trouble, yeah. But at least now it's a lot of people's personal favorite, so I'm kind of excited to play Halo 2 now, I guess. It was cobbled together in like a year or some ridiculous shit. Oh no. A year? The marketing, I want you to see this before you play. Oh, sure. You have like a YouTube video or something that you want me to look at? I mean, we can look at Cosmic Salamander while we wait as well. Ooh, what's this? We can watch this together. I promise there's no spoilers. I believe in Brian. Alright, let's mute the game for now and watch this together while we wait for the game to download. Game bar? This got people fucking frothing at the mouth for the game to come out. Oh. Halo 2 E3 2003 gameplay? Oh, so is this like the re-release for Halo 2? This is not like the initial release. Can you inquire about the nature of this? Alright, let's watch this together.
Stow it, son! These folks didn't wait in line to hear your lips flippity-flap. Knuckle up and get ready to dance, you pasty bastard! What you good people are about to see is an operation in progress. This is a real-time feed. No smoke and mirrors pre-recorded bullshit. Elements of the Covenant fleet have made landfall and occupied one of our cities. We'll link up with our forces in theater, engage the enemy, and boot their sorry behinds back into the stratosphere. Yo, demo biatch!
Demo biatch.
Didn't think so. Kill the lights!
What an opening. Ooh.
It took 2 in the nose, then dropped into the atmosphere.
Who was first contact?
405th out of Diego Garcia. But don't expect a big welcome. Covenant wiped most of them out before they hit the ground.
Didn't no one make it in Halo 1? Wonder what happened.
Immediate. Grid Kilo 2-3 is hot. Recommend mission abort.
Roger, Recon.
It's your call, Sarge.
We're going in.
Ooh.
Get tactical, Marines!
Covenant ground forces own this city. We'll need to deal with them before we can kill that cruiser.
Oh shit, we Halo again. Hi, Dragon Mama. I did it. I fixed the game. Now I can play it again. I finished 1. Best level coming up. I finished Halo 1. This is the... I've been told to watch this trailer for a bit.
Pile out! Go, go, go! I'll evac the wounded. Keep me posted, Cortana.
Of course, Sergeant.
Sir, Corporal Perez, A Company? CP's this way.
Must be seeing things.
Guess the brass do give a shit.
Come on! Stay with me, Marine.
No tags.
Hang 2 units, own egg, and he needs an airway.
I'm calling it. It's 1900.
The lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
Who's in charge now, Corporal?
Sergeant
Hi,
Banks,
Dragon
man.
Mama.
He's pinned down up front. Come on, I'll show you.
Hope Dragon Mama is doing it. Yeah, sorry about that.
Behind that ST! Yeah. 3 more, coming left!
I'm running low, man!
Oye, Parsons!
Yeah?
Is it clear?
You tell me!
Friendly's moving out, covering fire!
Oh. Did I just communicate? No, right? That's not Master Chief. If this is the assault rifle, it becomes way better now. Metal rifle, if I remember correctly, 3 burst, some kind of car. A single fire in the fight. Morning, Mean. Good morning from Steven.
When I asked for reinforcements, I didn't think they'd send a Spartan.
Welcome,
We
Mean.
gotta take that thing out. Cover me!
Cover me. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. I have a tiny bit of
Tech
headache,
HQ,
but
this
it's
is
no
Sergeant
big deal.
Banks. I've got hostile artillery 200 meters northeast of my position. Bring smoke, over.
Hope you're doing good yourself, Mean. Welcome. Oh man, you guys got Halo 2 and don't know what's out yet. Maybe the reference get the smooch. I want smooch. But I cannot get a smooch because I have no idea what it is. I'm not playing, by the way, this is a trailer. Ooh, environmental destruction?
Damn it, HQ! Is anybody on this freak?
Sergeant, this is Major Easley. Hang tight. We're inbound.
Ooh.
Verify delivery of ordnance on target.
Dead on, Major. Target neutralized. Take my weapon. You'll need it.
Oh, SMG! Oh my god, there's a run and gun! Oh, I want this gun. The trailer was shown in the background for movie as people pretended to play the game. Oh, I'm well enough probably staying home today though, as I'm a bit low mentally. Not really a good headspace to deal with customers. Oh, that's very understandable. Well, hopefully being here can help a little bit to lift your spirits up. I don't know if I help much or not though, but hey, you're definitely welcome to hang out here. Imagine the fucking cheering happening in the audience right now. The new SMG.
I could use a gunner, sir.
Go, sir. We got your back.
I can use a gunner, sir. Ooh. Damn. I can use the gun now. Whoa.
That's the way. Better buff out. Shout Ghost! Making a break for it. Quick! I got him.
Wow, okay.
You wanna let me drive?
Oh yeah, it's not a minigun anymore. Wow. And be sure while you shoot? Yeah. Huge cinematic environmental battles.
That's one. That's two.
Watching a cute Kobo going through with gun will probably help cheer me up a bit. I'm glad to help a little bit.
A phantom!
Hang on.
This is 2003. This is crazy though.
Look out!
Uh-oh. Are you like the soldier? You look very different here. All this on the original Xbox, that was unbelievable.
Ghost, to your
Yeah.
right. Wait for it. Nice!
Oh,
The Marines won't stand a chance if those phantoms double back. See if you can throw them off.
what? You can steal vehicles? Huge cheering. I cheered. I always wonder if the vehicles were scripted in the trailer or if they truly did trust the AI to not fuck up. I have no idea. this. I assume this is like intended that the
Hang on.
the cinematic runs at 30 FPS. Yeah. Ooh. Chief. That's really fucking cool.
Bingo! There's the cruiser. Now, all we need to do is...
Whoa. Oh shit. Ooh. More elite units? Oh!
Bet you can't stick it.
You're on.
People frothing the fucking mouth for this game. I'm frothing. I want the game to be finished downloading now. What the fuck? Oh my god. Holy shit, that is the coolest. That is the coolest fucking trailer. Oh my god. Burns down the E3 venue. Remember how Star said this was a no pre-rendered bullshit at the beginning? Yeah. That sentence hits hard now that I know about it. Holy shit. It's not pre-rendered, everything is in-game. Yeah, they lied. This was absolutely fucking never going to run on the Xbox hardware. This was entirely built for the E3 trailer, huh? It's all smoke and mirrors, huh? None of this made it to the final game? I am utterly upset. What the fuck is going on? My feelings has been played with. My feelings? What? None of this? Almost none of it? God damn, what? I've been lied to. I'll let you be surprised by the game itself. Okay, I hope that's a good thing. Hey, look at that, we're almost done. Alright, let's close this. Unmute Halo real quick. But the game itself was great still, and also a fantastic surprise. But you can imagine people getting their hands on the game and being like, what is this? Not really what is this? Where's the stuff from the trailer? Oh yeah, the game is fucking fantastic. Well, at least the game is fantastic. Alright, now we can play just the right time. Hell yeah. Let's do normal. Still based around the best level of the game in my opinion, let's discover the starting levels. Was ground level with the community finding hidden shit? They basically broke protective surfaces. The heretic. Isn't heretic like a religious term for a traitor? Something like that? Yeah? Ah, okay. So am I the traitor now? Ooh. Cinema. So for historical accuracy, feel free to play with original graphics. Can I change it now? Oh. I think this is original graphics, right? I press tab. Oh, okay. What? It's different? Holy shit.
There's only one chip.
One. Are you sure?
Yes. They called it the Pillar of Autumn.
Oh my god, the graphical fidelity.
Why was it not destroyed with the rest of their fleet?
It fled as we set fire to their planet. But I followed with all the ships in my command.
When you first saw Halo, were you blinded by its majesty?
Blinded?
Paralyzed? Dumbstruck?
No.
Yet the humans were able to evade your ships, land on the sacred ring and desecrate it with their filthy footsteps.
Noble hierarchs, surely you understand that once the parasite attacked...
There will be order in this council.
You were right to focus your attention on the Flood. But this demon, this Master Chief...
By the time I learned the demon's intent, there was nothing I could do.
Oh, chill.
Noble Prophet of Truth, this has gone on long enough. Make an example of this bungler. The Council demands it.
You are one of our most treasured instruments. Long have you led your fleet with honor and distinction. But your inability to safeguard Halo was a colossal failure.
Oh no.
It was heresy.
Heretic for Arbiter?
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
No, you will not. Soon the great journey shall begin. But when it does, the weight of your heresy will stay your feet, and you shall be left behind.
Damn. So P-Leads were actually the one to protect the Halo?
The plating was about to fail. There's viscosity throughout the gel layer. Optics, totally fried. And let's not even talk about the power supply. You know how expensive this gear is, son?
No face reveal? No.
Tell that to the Covenant.
Hey, Master Chief! So, Arbiter is the heretic? I thought I'm the heretic because I destroyed Halo. Arbiter was the general who was leading the Covenant in the first game. Oh, so Arbiter is not essentially P-Elites. P-Elites is just another like elite units, I'm pretty sure. It's just Arbiter somehow coincidentally is colored yellow as well. Yeah, he never shows up for anything. Okay. He was there. He was like the general, the commander of everything. I get it. Suit up, prepare for battle.
Well, I guess it was all obsolete anyway. Your new suit's a Mark 6. Just came up from Songnam this morning. Try and take it easy until you get used to the upgrades. Okay, let's test your targeting first thing. Please look at the top light. Good. Now look at the bottom light. Alright, look at the top light again. That's it. Now the bottom one. Okay. Everything checks out. Stand by. I'm gonna offline the inhibitors. Move around a little. Get a feel for it. When you're ready, come meet me by the zapper.
Question. Do I play with original graphics or the new graphics?
Go on. Walk around. Try it out. Something wrong, son? Can't you move?
The new graphics on Halo 2 feels better than the first one. It's like the new graphic on the first one is not really polished, but yeah, the second one looks better actually. The second one remastered on like the new graphics for the second one is like not bad. The first one feels just like they are unfinished. Probably new. Still recommend original, but this one is less weird than the Halo 1 remaster. The old one has this weird unfinished layer of unpolished. Yeah. The new graphics for Halo 2 feels more polished, especially with the lighting. I feel like the lighting feels closer to the original. Brightness of everything, you know. There's no two places that's like too bright. There's no places that looks like too different lighting wise, right? the huge problem with Halo 1 new graphics is just everything just like, yeah, the Halo 1 remaster feels everything's just bright, and it's missing the lighting mood setup. So yeah, and it's closer to the intended mood. Yeah, the worst thing about playing with Halo 2's new graphic is then having to play Halo 3 when it's only original graphic option. Oh, Halo 3 doesn't have new graphics? I mean, I guess I'm okay with that. Let's try the new graphics for Halo 2 then. No remaster for 3? Weird. The only bad thing about the new graphics in 2 is that they messed with one of the songs near the climax. Ah, wait, that's really bad though. The climax is like the most important thing, no? There's a Breaking Benjamin song that got cut, but it's still there for the OG graphics for some reason. Did they? Right? Did you replace it with like a general rock song in HD? No! For that, I'm actually playing original graphics. Fuck it. Thank you, Bretta. It's cheesy as fuck, but it's fucking cool, so fuck you. There were songs by Incubus and Breaking Benjamin that got taken out, but it still plays on the original graphics. Didn't know about any other ones besides the Breaking Benjamin one. Let's try playing with the new graphics for a bit.
Pay attention, because I'm only going over this once. This station will test your recharging energy shields. Step on in, I'll show you. Your new armor shields are extremely resilient, very efficient. Bingo! As you can see, they recharge a lot faster.
Oh. Blow Me Away was one everybody remembers. Blow Me is getting like auto-modded. Nah, I feel like that one is okay. There. Everything's fine, don't worry.
If your shields go down, find some cover, wait for the meter to read fully charged.
That, or he can hide behind.
Why though? Stream like connection was completely fine. But why? Are we back? It's back? Oh, okay. I mean, I think stream is separated. On Twitch fuckiness? Probably. That might mess with people's watch streak, I feel like. Have good luck, Brian. Alright. Gonna go eat, but I hope you enjoy it. Of course, of course. This game fucks. I hope you have good eat, B. That sucks. It is what it is. It's okay. Just have fun with it. Will do. I'll play with the new graphics for now. But I don't know if the new graphics is gonna be too much for my PC. Maybe it's a new graphic that destroys my PC.
Come on, Chief. They're ready for us on the bridge. Get on the lift, Chief. We're gonna be late.
It's okay. It's okay. Shut up. Why are you cross-eyed? Are you cross-eyed?
So, Johnson, when you gonna tell me how you made it back home in one piece?
Sorry, Guns. It's classified.
My ass! Well, you can forget about those adjustments to your A2 scope.
Well, he's in a particularly fine mood. Maybe Lord Hood didn't give him any invitation. Earth. Haven't seen it in years.
What am I holding? What am I holding? I'm holding something.
When I shipped out for basic, the orbital defense grid was all theory and politics. Now look, the Cairo is just one of 300 geosync platforms. That Mac gun can put a round clean through a Covenant capital ship.
Why is everyone cross-eyed?
With coordinated fire from the Athens and the Malta, nothing's getting past this battle cluster in one piece.
Did you ever see the bonus scene at the end of Halo 1? I don't think so. I mean, it just sort of booted me back to main menu after Master Chief said something like, I think it's just getting started or something, and then game ends, and then I'm back to main menu. I don't think I've seen anything about Johnson's escape. You try to find it? Okay. Huh? Oh, Brian's back. Brian Ippy. He'll mention it? I guess I'll wait for him to mention it then. Here's the technical reason.
Ships have been arriving all morning. Nobody's saying much, but I'll bet something big's about to happen.
Sup? I'm Master Chief. Sergeant Johnson is originally gave us a general model for a sergeant in the Marines. Oh. He wasn't a character? Oh. Wait, so he has clones? Wowee. That's a weird jump to loading, honestly. Since you've seen in DMs, only shows if you've been on Legendary. Oh, okay. But also with keys when they unleash the flood. Oh, hi, Brecky. Oh my god, for 2 they were like, oh, he was cool, he lived.
You told me there wouldn't be any cameras.
And you told me you were gonna wear something nice. Folks need heroes, Chief. Give them hope. So smile, would you? Well, we still got something to smile about.
Yeah, stream died for a little bit. I'm sorry about that, Marmalade. Ooh. Are we gonna be with Arbiter? Poor Arbiter. Oh shit. That's kinda hot, huh?
Drawn quite a crowd. If they came to hear me beg, they will be disappointed. Are you sure?
Oh shit. Damn, that's fucked up. One celebrate, one death.
Gentlemen, we're lucky to have you back. Go ahead, Cortana.
Another whisper, sir, near Io. We have probes en route.
I apologize, but we're going to have to make this quick.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Sergeant Major, the Colonial Cross is awarded for acts of singular daring and devotion. For a soldier of the United Earth Space Corps.
There can be no greater heresy. Let him be an example for all who would break our covenant.
Sasha's war. One win, one loses. What the fuck happened?
Commander Miranda Keyes, your father's actions were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service. His bravery in the face of impossible odds reflects great credit upon himself and the UNSC. The Navy has lost one of its best.
The graphical fidelity is crazy. Oh my god, they stripped him of his armor. Jesus fucking Christ. On the heart too.
Slip space ruptures directly off our battle cluster.
Show me.
15 Covenant capital ships holding position just outside the kill zone.
This is Fleet Admiral Harper. We are engaging the enemy.
Negative, Admiral. Form a defensive perimeter around the cluster. Commander, get to your ship. Link up with the fleet.
Yes, sir.
You have the mech gun, Cortana. As soon as they come in range, open up.
Gladly.
Something's not right. The fleet that destroyed Reach was 50 times this size.
Sir, additional contacts. Boarding craft and lots of them.
They're going to try to take our mech guns offline. Give their capital ships a straight shot at Earth. Master Chief, defend this station.
Yes, sir. I need a weapon.
Right I need a weapon. I need a weapon. Master Chief is so cool. I hope the game isn't too loud though. Do you want me to turn down the sound a little bit, or is it okay? I think at some point the game can be a little bit loud. Remember that the Covenant have never engaged Earth before. Halo, I mean, war never changes. Probably. Gosh, that device that holds the hand though, it's kind of hard. I just have to get that out of my brain. His name is Hood, reference to World War II ship, I bet. Ooh, so many historical things, I have no idea what it is. Gun. Oh my god, I can aim. And the SMG? Hold C to dual wield?
All hands, report to battle stations.
Wait, I cannot dual wield again? I cannot dual wield. Wait, how do I dual wield? I'm going for real. Love y'all. Love you too, Brian.
I repeat, this is not a drill.
Have good EP. You need to look at the SMG on the ground. What? That's weird. Oh, so if I change gun... Oh, I don't change gun. I dropped it. Oh, oops. Reload takes 10 years though. Alright, here we go. Dual wield.
How's it going, Malta? Stand by. They're latched. Check your targets, watch the crossfires. They're in standard formation. Little bastards up front, big ones in back. Good luck, Cairo.
Am I going here? No. Oh my god, I can jump.
Feel the fire on that bulkhead.
Uh-oh.
As soon as that door opens,
oops, sorry.
Have it.
Oops, sorry. Uh-oh, Tira, what happened? Did the stream die again? Oh! Kill! Oh, that feels good, brother.
Open weapons locker.
If you plan to use the plasma, do let the plasma pistol got buffed? They buffed plasma pistol? It's already so good. You were staying right where the enemy come in. Oh, I didn't know.
Habitat Alpha ASAP.
I can dual wield any weapon? What? Drums out of 10? Exactly.
Quick response team to security station 3.
Oh wait, that's...
Same team!
Sorry. Oh, the drum! Holy shit! I love the percussion. Okay, so when I do melee, it's just gonna drop it. Understood? Wait, don't do that. Hell yeah, SMG!
That one's down.
Nice that Chief can jump. Okay, how about these two guns? Trying the assault rifle for this game too is much better. Dual wield plasma rifle. Bite that. I didn't mean to shoot them. The DMR E5. I think I'm going the right way.
Front row center, sir.
Super mega gun, trust me, bro. You just pick it up. I guess I have to keep going. Went from poo to pew pew.
Hey, check it out. The Malta's already driven up its borders.
Oh.
Malta,
Oh,
what
okay,
is your
okay.
status? Over.
I don't believe it! They're retreating! We won!
Dual wielding doesn't allow. They're all pistols. That's pistol. That's
This
pistol.
is bad. Real bad.
Hey, I got one.
What's with the melancholy? Remember this voice line? Look out the window at the Malta. I missed it? What? There's so many things happening. I apologize if I missed something. Is that an enemy?
You tell him, amigo.
Guess my PC is dying from all these. It looks too impressive, my PC is dying. The joy I had when I first dual wielded the needle.
Hey, they're leaving the Athens.
Plasma rifle feels a lot better now, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, cuteness.
That explosion came from inside the Athens. Same as the Malta.
Most
The
people never
Covenant
notice
must
out
have
the
brought
windows,
something with
don't worry.
them. A bomb.
Then they sure as hell brought one here. Chief, find it.
Priority shift? Okay. Plasma pistol is a charge shot now, one hit break all shield. I mean, plasma pistol also has... No, plasma pistol has a charge shot on Halo 1.
Hurry!
Shut up, I'm trying to talk here. Master Chief jumps really well here. I'm gonna big jump. So what are we doing? Uh-oh. No fall damage? Let's go. Yeah, you tell them, you tell them. Ice Spike?
All non-combat personnel to pressure zone.
Guess I'll go
All
here.
hands to pressure zone.
Get the hell out of my armory! Split! Oh!
The game tells me when I lost my shield now. Your space station is about to blow out like the others if you don't find the bomb, basically. Oh, that's enemy. Nice ragdoll, friend. Collar? I think this cuts a deterrent, and that's why it's showing the shield thingy. Oh, okay, okay.
Fire teams to habitat Delta.
Is that a shotgun? Oh my god, shotgun though. Can I dual wield shotgun? Is it possible? Oh, only one way to find out. Shotgun sucks. Now that I can dual wield plasma rifle, shotgun just doesn't do well at all now. Loop combo hated to a shotgun once. I was reading chat. Oh. Magnum.
Terminal 2.
Magnum. Oh, gonna need it. Gonna get breakfast. I'll be right back. Of course, have good breakfast, Marmalade.
Showed up.
Don't worry, ma'am. We're on it.
We're having cheese sandwich and some origami. Nice hot cup of coffee. Nerf Halo 2 pistol still so good when dual wielded. Like being able to dual wield is like such a blessing, honestly. And look at that crosshair. Oh my god. Authorized personnel only.
By the wait for it. It's in cover. It's gone. Hey!
Oh!
Demon is dead. I killed it.
Am I supposed to be here?
Sir, boarders have breached the fire control center. They have a bomb.
Can you defuse it?
Yes, but I'll need the Chief's help to make contact with the detonator.
Chief, get to the bomb, double time. Cortana, prioritize targets and fire at will.
Where did they go? Where am I going? I guess I'm going there. It's a tree burst, this one. A hit scan weapon for them is like so good. They can break out the bounce here so hard. Oh.
First echelon, you're with me. Blanket those cruisers. Take them out one by one. Second echelon, keep those carriers busy.
Knocking on the entirety of the outside of the station is fun as heck. Ooh.
I'm going loud.
Oh. What is that? What are you?
Alert. Boarders, report to drive out.
What are those things?
All non-combat personnel report to evacuation station. All hands report to evacuation station.
Oh, am I going down there? Why not?
All hands, we are abandoning the station.
They got called buggers in this game, but then stopped calling them in the next game because it was deemed too rude. What? Okay, I have zero clue on what I'm doing. I think I'm doing the right thing here. Their species name is Yenme. Elevator sure takes a while. So there's death by falling from height in this segment.
The carriers are breaking through, sir. They're heading straight for the Cairo. Cortana, concentrate your fire on the first carrier. Admiral, do what you can against the second. Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
The first carrier completely ignored us, sir. Flew through the Malta's debris field and headed straight for Earth.
Am I moving? What's going on? What is even going on? What? I feel like I've never been this confused before. I'm out of bounds? Wow. Maybe I can jump up there. Guess not. Yeah, this one looks possible. Climb the ramps? What ram are we talking about? This one? Crouch jumping is a thing. Crouch. Okay, what is my goal here? Red flashing door? Oh, it was red before. What? Minion can make it up a few tough jumps. Crouching while mid-air makes the legs higher. Oh, like Source Engine. Why was the door red? What the fuck?
Just so you know, there are quite a few elites guarding the bomb. You may need to get creative.
That's why I headed back. Ugh.
All personnel, prepare to abandon the station.
What is this?
Me, inside your head, now.
How much time was left?
You don't want to know.
Cairo, this is an Emberclad. The carrier shield is down. I'm in position and ready for immediate assault.
Negative, Commander. Not against a ship that size. Not on your own.
Sir, permission to leave the station.
For what purpose, Master Chief?
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
Ooh.
Permission granted.
Ooh. Holy shit, Master Chief. Space Pickle. Kobo skipping it. Oh, Needler?
I know what you're thinking, and it's crazy.
So, stay here.
Unfortunately for us both, I like crazy.
Master Chief so cool.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
I won't. Spiky Space Pickle by the internet. Ooh. Holy shit. You just gonna do that, Master Chief? How are you gonna get back to your ship? Damn, Master Chief. That was really cool.
He flew pretty good.
Chief,
For a
get
break.
inside. Gear up. We're taking this fight to the surface.
For a break, he flew pretty good. Goddamn, what did I ever do to you? Oh, that was really cool. The aura farming was insane. So now there's fall damage again since we're not at the space, I think. Complete Cairo station. That was really cool. Got lost for a bit, but it makes sense. It was like quite open-ended. It's normal. Rally scattered marines, clear hostile contacts from the old city. Wait, I need to look at. Let me look at Telegram real quick. Ooh. Is the game not loading? Or is it too much to load?
The message just repeats. Regret. Regret. Regret.
Catchy. Any idea what it means?
Dear humanity, we regret being alien bastards. We regret coming to Earth. And we most definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet. Hoorah!
Regret is a name, Sergeant. The name of one of the Covenant's religious leaders, a prophet. He's on that carrier, and he's calling for help.
Immediate. Grid Kilo 2-3 is hot. Recommend mission abort.
Roger, Recon. It's your call, Sarge.
We're going in.
Wait, this is from the
Get
trailer.
tactical, Marines!
Master Chief, get aboard that carrier and secure the Prophet of Regret. This is the only place on Earth the Covenant decided to land. That Prophet is going to tell us why.
It's from the trailer. And then this is different. Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
Hey, wake up.
Shake it off, Marines! Clear the crash site. Go, go, go!
They'll regret that too.
Huh?
Monkey? Ow. I think my game crashed. Oh, no, okay. This might be too much for a PC, I feel like. In fact, someone's weapon over your own, you can yoink it. To add on to this, see if you can find the friendly single rocket launcher. Was a sniper? I don't remember anymore. It's all good. I'll try to like. The chips double? Right alongside legendary chips double and listen to his words. What? What did I do?
Right, let's hold here. If they didn't know we're here before, they do now.
Meet that thing head on!
Yep, here it comes. Ha-ha!
Don't be stupid, mate.
There's another one.
Johnson does have a sniper rifle if that's what you mean. This guy? I can just yoink. Yoink?
Hey, mate! Catch!
More on the street, left side.
I want to look at original. Ooh. Wait, I actually kind of like original on this one. Although it is a lot darker, but... It has less of an ambience noise. The ambience noise was a little bit too much. Oh. Well, so this level was designed for you to be able to traverse the whole thing on rooftops with clever jumping. There's hidden swords and ammo for sniper rifles over the rooftops.
We got jackals in the courtyard.
I see. Hey!
I'm on your side, remember?
多嗨！你跑去我前面搞什么灾？真是。Alright, we good.
Another kill for me. Yeah.
You're trying to impress me. You're doing a damn fine job.
Man, you're ugly. Hi, man. Ouch. This ain't good
Buggers, heading over the rooftops.
Ooh.
Found ya.
Ooh, even sound is different.
Across the street, down low.
Hey, you're the perfect height to kiss my ass!
Bring it, tourist. You can become a man today. I don't want to kill you. Just you're too ugly to let live.
Good one, amigo! New contact!
Oh my god. It's a lot of sound. I guess we're just holding up here.
Eyes up! Phantom's back!
There was a needle somewhere.
My girl's a little big for that courtyard, Sergeant. I see a good LZ on the other side of these buildings. Meet you there. Over. Copy that. Someone get a satchel on the gate.
Do I go up here? No? Door? No door, okay. I mean, this door doesn't open as well, right? Yeah, it's not. Okay. There's nowhere to go up here unless I can jump up? With clever jumps, maybe? No, it just slides down. Okay, not here then. Easy to break the game out there if you want. It's not the intended path. Oh, okay. I mean, I thought the music starts, so I'm supposed to go here, but I guess not.
Hunters.
Stand back, Marine. Let the chief show you how it's done.
Oh!
squad, this is Cortana. What is your status?
Oh,
over.
Yeah, so like it didn't come on gunning.
Our pilots didn't make it.
I don't know what I'm doing. Everything is just so open-ended. Kobo luck. Kobo has the luck. Oh, you're right. I can just yoink their gun. Hold to take allies to SMG. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Follow me, Marine.
One no difference. Who are you?
Sergeant, I need you on that bird.
Yeah?
My Pelicans are going to start airlifting armor and reinforcements into the city. You'll need an escort that isn't afraid of a little hostile ground fire.
Understood. I'll keep an eye on them. Chief, good luck.
Did Cortana say something about needing me on that bird? What bird are we talking about, Jay?
Like that every time.
That's enemy, right? Oh. Whoa, sniper. Okay, okay. Keep dodging all they want. I have lots of bullets. Look at that, all the ground is just bullet everywhere. She took Johnson away on the bird. Oh, so no more sniper on my end? Well, that's fine. I mean, plasma pistol is like the sniper of sort. I mean, look at that. Beam rifle. What? One shot takes a lot of energy.
Shut him up good.
I'm not sure if I like that gun, honestly. You can use his sniper against them anyways. I'm already using 2 snipers on my hand, it's fine.
No one gets in or out, okay?
Chief, glad you could make it.
I'm chief. I'm chief. I'm cheating. I have
Crash
so
site's
many
on the other
bullets.
side of this hotel, Chief. Covenant are crawling all over it. Follow me.
You? Ooh, spooky.
Stay out of sight.
Hi, Sonic. Welcome. Yep. Ooh, that was a one shot. Wing. 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 Yep. Yep. Wing. Look at this pre-fire. Did you just use... They use SMG on me, no? Gun. Bullet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can charge the shot pistol holding the fire button? Yeah, I know, but I don't want to do charge shot against them. I feel like this is way better. Plasma rifle has like damage buff as well, like huge damage buff on plasma rifle.
Special delivery from Commander Keys, Chief.
Commander Keys? Have to drive?
Get this show on the road.
A day at the beach? Reminder, if it comes out, you can EMP vehicles with a charged pistol shot. Big vehicle, then I'll use charged pistol shot. If not, I just like sort of spam them slowly.
The highest concentration of Covenant troops is directly below the carrier. I don't think they want you to get on board.
Probably.
That bridge is the most direct route to the city center.
I broke the horn. Are you saying this bridge? Oh, a day at the beach. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay.
Keep going! Ah, greased him! Oh, I had that one out. Brace up, it's gonna get hot. Hey-ho!
Dragon Colony.
Hey, you fellas better keep up. Keep it up and you might get on my... Oh my God! Right like a son of a... I know you're there.
Got her? Oh, you got me? I didn't see that. Hope you're doing good, Dragon Colony. Welcome in. Good shot. Holy shit.
Let's make some order! Focus now!
The carrier just launched a wave of pods. They're inbound on your position.
They shoot really good though, holy shit. Whoa! 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 It's fine.
Got another contact. Hoo-ha! Well done, Marine!
Wasn't there someone here as well?
Spotted another one. Oh, 6 points on that one.
Nice. Holy shit, that's such a good shot.
Look alive! Come on now!
Let's go.
The carrier just launched a wave of pods. They're inbound on your position.
I guess we get in here. Or not.
I could do this all day.
Oh, it's all here.
Good like a son of a gun. Got one. Not bad, Marine.
Oh, checkpoint? I'm just spinning.
I shot it.
This tunnel links up to the bridge. It's full of rats, you know what I mean? But it beats swimming.
Oh, it doesn't look good.
Keep up the pressure.
Keep up the pressure. mean, the car is on fire, but it should be fine. Just a little bit of fire.
Got a ghost!
The car controls a lot more nicely
the
here.
Covenant tactical chatter. They're surprised, confused. I don't think they expected us to be here. Not you and me. All of us. Humanity on Earth. Odd, I know, but it does help explain why they came here with such a small fleet.
Hey, chill. Whoa.
Don't stop!
Oh. Holy, good shot. Give me a second. Oh, I cannot dual wield while I'm in the car. Okay, okay.
Get a move on!
Then there's no need to find guns for now. Let's keep going. They are such good shots though. Holy shit, crazy. I'm surprised the car just not destroyed. Oh, what? Rude. It's so rude. I love that. That was so funny. Do we use this car still? I mean, it's on fire, but I guess. You wanna get in?
Sir!
You don't wanna get in?
Get down!
Get down! Oh, wow, fucking princess wants me to like get close to them and then they want to get in. Holy shit. Oh, I don't know the sound of that. My ears are bleeding, but it's okay.
Get each other's backs, people!
I'll get him!
Keep up the pace!
Nice shot. We almost died.
That ain't no way to save the human race.
How did I do that?
All right, mate. Hey, that seat's mine.
Oh, they switched sides. Ooh, big car.
Covenant must be trying to regroup. Don't let them.
Get fucked. They're so rude. I can't drive like this. Good shit. Hey, shoot that guy, shoot that guy. That's good, right? You should see a mechanic when it's on the road. I'm just driving normally. Asshole, come here. That won't stop me. Come on. We got this. Just a little bit. A little bit. I can save this. Okay, maybe not. Someone died. Hello, can I drive this? No? Alright, can I move this? I can't make it a great moment. No, but there are ghosts under them. I feel like they're gone. Yeah, I feel like I saw ghosts. Oh yeah, there it is. Can you get in ghosts? Or is it like one man only? You did great. I'll take it. Whoa, what is that? That's so cool. Oh, even the music changed. Chaos Gremlin. I love being a Chaos Gremlin most of the time. That's that little thing. I think I should. It doesn't work. Look at bonker for the ghost. I'll try. It's working. Almost there, just a few times. Just a few more times, it should work. Missed it. Don't. Oh. Oh shit. I didn't know it could explode like that. I'm just trying to get the car to work. Oh. Well, it happens, I guess. Nice shot. Okay, I think this is the way to go, right? Yeah, at least the car is back. Let's not be too much of a gremlin, hey? It's so hard for me to not be a gremlin, though. This is not the way, right? The car, yeah, the car controls way better now. Like way better. It's insane. Yeah, we have to chase them here, I think. Yeah.
The Covenant must be trying to regroup. Don't let them.
We get the frontmost one first. That would stop them. Shoot them from the side. What are you doing? Oh wow, that deals damage? What the fuck? What the? This game, I swear to God, what the fuck? Alright, never again. Hi, Metal. It took him too long. I tried. I was trying to like look at the jiggly wiggly. Also, hi, Metal. Good enough, I guess. Yeah, I mean, my driving is too much for him. Look, it's just a Kobo driving. It's fine. Oh, now you want me to drive? Huh? Oh, you're scared now, huh? You're scared now, huh? Right? Huh? Oh, are you scared now, huh? You better dodge. You better dodge, bitch. Oh, you're scared now, is it? Steal my car? Too bad for you, I'm not gonna drive the car anymore. Goodbye. Bunch of bullies. What? It's okay, everything's fine. I don't know if that's a great idea though. You know what? Let's get back. Oh, but the ghost is so cool though. Yeah, one ghost. I can shoot too, right? Ghost actually has accuracy now? Yeah. crazy people gonna run me over? No, if I see a dragon, I won't. A human, I can't say for sure. I don't know. My hands, my little baby paws might slip. I don't know. I'm gonna drive the car to blows up ghost. The ghost back to drive the car. No. The ghost is not gonna blow up. I mean, even if the ghost blows up, it's back to the checkpoint for me. Oh, I can destroy things, right? Of course, I forgot. Let's get to cover real quick. Did they know to flip the car as well? Got him. Whoa! Did you just move on your own? Sorry. I didn't mean to shout. Ooh, GG, and before she gets run over. I probably would have multiple times, but I didn't, surprisingly. Well, I broke all vehicles. Unless there's an extra one for me to use. I'm probably gonna be on foot here. I don't think that's a good idea to drive this ghost. I've been booked. The ghosts and sometimes the grunts explode a little. Maybe the grunts only do that in 3? I have no idea. I mean, grunts explode quite a bit on 1 too. Well, if it works, it works. I'm driving it. The lasers don't even work. The thrusters. Drink Wawa. Oh. Even the original graphic looks impressive here. I drink Wawa. Oh.
Yark!
Yeah. Thank you. If you damage the backpacks in 3, they leak methane and explode and go flying sometimes. That sounds fun.
Yep.
Leaks methane. Methane? Not too sure what that is. Many yip. Oh, I did it. Complete outskirts. Oh, that's it? Oh, easy. Take the bridge, break the Covenant's grip on the city center. Yep. Kobo likes being spoiled. Methane is the gas they breathe. Smelly fart gas? It's also the primary gas in fart. Oh, methane. Okay.
It blew right through us. 50 cal rockets didn't do a thing.
Maybe that would.
Where's the rest of your platoon?
Wasted, Sarge.
And we will be too, sir, if we don't get the hell out of here.
You hit Marine?
No, sir.
Then listen up. The chief is gonna jump in this tank, roll across the bridge, and blow up any inhuman son of a bitch dumb enough to get between him and the prophet of regret. Pull yourself together, because you're going with it.
What about that scarab?
We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. Stay with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do.
Yes, sir.
Do
Sergeant.
I know what to do?
Thanks for the tank. He never gets me anything.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
This scene has unique dialogue based on what difficulty you play on. Ooh, really? My game's saying. Oh, okay, we're back. Give me a second. Just gonna put this one here. Okay. Was it you? Do you have the same face? Yeah, it's you, alright.
No? Okay.
They respond to me? Alright, guess we're driving this. Scorpion?
Go on, sir. We'll totally follow you.
Ooh. Get fucked.
Enemy ghost.
Here we go now.
That's aiming at us.
Look out.
Now! Well, they're actually scared of us.
Oh shit, what the fuck happened? stupid. Ooh. It looks so different. That's Phantom, right? I couldn't destroy them, what I do? I love the ghost exploding noise. Never been using a main gun and all, just the blue. The blue is pretty good. I've been exploding them as well. Nice. Yeah. Ooh. Destroy. Yeah, the guy is really trying to hop on. Oh, what's there? I didn't check. Well, they're on their own. It's fine. I'm Master Chief. It's okay. You want some? I have rocket. I see now you're gonna get one down. It's nice that I can just like constantly have it on while also shoot rocket. Oh yeah, you try and get behind me? No. I'm Kobo.
That's quite a welcome party.
Works. Got him. Got him. They have the big ones. Who can play that game? Did this ever give me the tank to NPC? I like to shoot King. I've been spoiled by Predator. This is out of nowhere, but Kobo has been feeling extra neat these days. Out of nowhere, just being needy. That still padded the rave the whole way through instead. Ooh. Music is a bit loud, to be honest. Alright. I will turn down voice chat. I think putting it drowns me out sometime. Ah, okay. Let me just put it at 89 for now. Because I feel like this game has like a very huge audio dynamic. Like sometimes the game can get very quiet, and then sometimes the game can get like maybe just down this one to 89, or maybe like 85. I'll try this one. I think the music's the worst bit, so maybe just lower the music. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought it's like the thing that'll be good. Okay, thank you. So I can use the tank anymore?
It's tight quarters on the other side, sir. Use this.
You want me to use this? Oh, you wanna get it? Okay. She offer you a shotgun? Oh! Thank you. You can have my no no bullet. Sniper.
I'll get it out.
I'm Master Chief. I'm using any guy's sniper. Nice. No problem. Nice. Trying to bait the Banshee through this tunnel to get a hidden weapon instead was something. Grunt might just be space kobold. Right? The way they behave and the way they talk is just so perfect.
Come on, keep up the pace.
Shut up, I might. I kind of want to play Barony today, but I also want to play Halo. It's such a tough choice to make. Like, Barony looks really fun. I want to give it a try. But then again, I couldn't stream for a long time today, so that's why I decided not to. This town ain't big enough for both of us. Oh my god, my PC's dying. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Are you not gonna do it?
Wipe him out.
Oh my god, my PC's dying. Wait, that's friendly. I have my sniper back. It's not. I never let her just waltz up like that. She doesn't want to do it. She's scared. I'll save you. What? You want me to use the gun? Okay. New gun?
Ghost neutralized.
I'm good. Friendly.
Eyes up, boy. Get on out here so I can sight on you. Move on through, Marine.
Thing is destroyed. Got him.
That got him. Sniper down. Let's go. You man ain't getting on the same page as the rest of us. You got two hands. You've used them before. Use them now.
Okay, we got him. Challenge accepted. I don't know what I did. Nice driving. Just don't explode, please. You just keep stopping. Just full gas.
Got a ghost inbound.
Halo 2 is fun as hell.
There are
Can
a
I
number
say
of
that?
Marines trapped in that building, Chief. Concentrate on the wraiths. They're the biggest threat.
We ain't done before. Let's get ready, people. Got another contact.
Are you bad?
Get round.
Is legit the best of the series in my opinion. Why are we stopping? I guess I'm supposed to go down here. Nice driving, Chief. Alright. Let me just get a gun real quick. That's friendly, right? Oh, there's no another rifle? Oops, where's my pistol at? Oh. I'll make it work. Look, the crosshair looks so jank.
Sir, Corporal Perez, A Company. CP's this way.
CP?
Lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
Who's in charge now, Corporal?
Sergeant Banks, ma'am. He's up top. Come on, I'll show you.
Okay.
G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. G'day, mate. Oi, oi.
When I asked for reinforcements, I didn't think they'd send a Spartan. We got trouble.
I don't think we can deal with that, no? Oh shit.
See this look? It's terror.
Give you permission to bitch? You got me also, brother.
I don't think it's stopping. Get their heads down.
Oh. Oi, my PC dead. Goddamn, big Spectre. Did I give you permission to bitch? It's like so funny. Oh no. Oh, now it opens? PC no like scarab food? Yeah. I'm not into feet. Hi. Water? Oh my god, the water looks so good. Well, even this water look pretty nice. I didn't see what the scarab looks like with classic. Oh. Am I supposed to stop them?
Welcome to the party, sir. Everyone be cool.
I got eagle eye out of that? Dang. That might be the best. Shit, both guns is no bullet. Wait.
We can't do anything more to that scarab from here. We need to get inside it.
Shut up. I know what I'm trying to do. I know gun. I guess I'll switch the other gun when I can. Actually, let me switch this one and then change to this one. Okay.
Careful, Chief. That elite was an ultra, and those pilots are no pushovers either. Is this switch to all graphics to see it yet? I did once, a little bit. This is 2, this is 2. Hi Sola! Is this just how much Kobo been playing? No, I couldn't play yesterday.
Not if we can help it, Sergeant.
Extract the chief and return to an amberclad.
Roger that. Status.
Sir, the Prophet is bugging out. Request permission to engage.
Negative, Commander. All Vector 2 heavies for star side intercept.
Oh.
Bam! Split space rupture up the target's bow. It's going to jump inside the city.
There's no time, sir.
Green light to engage.
Punch it. Get us close.
Come on, Pearl Man. The leak.
Ma'am, without a destination solution.
We are not losing that ship.
Whoa, Captain Keys? Dang, they're coming in. Ooh. Oh shit. I don't think that's a good idea. The Arbiter? Oh, are we gonna find Arbiter? Demon? Without dying on normal, claim. Oh, without dying. On normal or harder. Oh my god, I didn't die. Ripple Fire. Beat the par score in Metropolis. I did? Oh my god. City go bye bye. Covenant can suck a big nuke the city. Oh my god. Sorry. What?
Any cell will do. Why not toss it in with this lot?
The original and here looks so different.
They could use the meat. Them? What about us? My belly aches, and his flesh is seared just the way I like it. Quiet! You two whimper like grunts fresh off the teat. He's not meant for the jails. The hierarchs have something special in mind.
Kiki's hungry. I want to change the original for a bit. It looks so different. Oh, that was Arbiter's point of view. Oh, yeah, I saw that for a split second. Wow, even the cutscene is very different between original and new.
Noble prophets of truth and mercy, I have brought the incompetent.
You may leave, Tartarus.
But I thought...
And take your brutes with you.
Release the prisoner.
The council decided to have you hung by your entrails and your corpse paraded through the city. But ultimately, the terms of your execution are up to me.
I am already dead.
Indeed. Do you know where we are?
The mausoleum of the Arbiter.
Quite so. Here rests the vanguard of the great journey. Every Arbiter from first to last. Each one created and consumed in times of extraordinary crisis.
The taming of the Hunters, the Grunt Rebellion. Were it not for the Arbiters, the Covenant would have broken long ago.
Even on my knees, I do not belong in their presence.
Halo's destruction was your error, and you rightly bear the blame. But the Council was overzealous. We know you are no heretic. This is the true face of heresy, one who would subvert our faith and incite rebellion against the High Council.
Our prophets are false. Open your eyes, my brothers. They will use the faith of our forefathers to bring ruin to us all. The great journey is...
This heretic, and those who follow him, must be silenced.
Their slander offends all who walk the path.
What use am I? I can no longer command ships, lead troops into battle.
Not as you are, no, but become the Arbiter. And you shall be set loose against this heresy with our blessing.
I hate them. New armor for the...
What of the Council?
The tasks you must undertake as the Arbiter are perilous, suicidal. You will die, as each Arbiter has before you. The Council will have their corpse.
Or Arbiter. Boop. Halo 2? Yeah. Boop. This is the armor from Killer Instinct. Is it better I love Regret's voice? No. Hello to you too. Hello to Zeus as well.
What would you have your Arbiter do?
The voice actor did an amazing job. Yeah.
When we joined the Covenant, we took an oath. According to our station, all without exception. On the blood of our fathers, on the blood of our sons, we swore to uphold the Covenant. Even to our dying breath. Those who would break this oath are heretics, worthy of neither pity nor mercy. Even now, they use our Lord's creations to broadcast their lives. We shall grind them into dust. And continue our march to glorious salvation.
Oh, ad break going on. Oops.
This armor suits you, but it cannot hide that mark. Nothing ever will. You are the Arbiter, the will of the prophets. But these are my elites. Their lives matter to me, yours does not. That makes two of us. Leader, there is no doubt the storm will strike the facility. We'll be long gone before it arrives.
That was like 10 minutes ago, but then this is morning Zeus. Maybe they can they can speak normally without lips or lower jaw. Do we play as Arbiter? Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm Arbiter!
We are the arm of the prophets, Arbiter.
I'm Arbiter!
Be silent and swift, and we shall quell this heresy without you.
Oh! I have this one! I'm playing Killer Instinct!
First lance in position.
Aren't I the heretic, so I can kill them, right? Here's your fast night. Whoa! This is the best game ever. Classic? Ooh, classic. Oh! Oh, that scale on the hand though, look at that! Ooh, yo, that looks so good. Arbiter. Nice mask horn.
Right now, Kobo, but
Squeak was looking at everything. I had to. I was excited. I was very excited. Kobo was very happy. That was a little for a sec. I cannot help myself. Sometimes I squeak.
the storm has masked our approach,
Very rarely, though.
and it should have their local battle net in disarray. We have the element of surprise for now.
You demand it? I can Kobo crying.
Engage active camouflage. Reveal yourselves only after the Arbiter has joined battle with the enemy.
So I go in first?
You may wish to do the same, Arbiter. But take heed. Your armor system is not as new as ours. Your camouflage will not last forever.
Oh, it's already gone. I can... What? Hehe. Hehehehe. They don't know where I am. Uh-oh.
Any word on our missing brothers?
Are they bad? Are they good?
This must stop now! Arbiter
Are you there? Who's good? Who's bad? I don't know. Oh, okay, they could. If theoretical is right, they bet. Hold E to swap for. Ooh, new gun. New gun.
Bad grunts have the weird glowy backpack. Yeah, easy enough to spot. Okay.
Together we kill them all!
Yep. I'm not really doing any like Balkan English, to be honest. I do some. I can do some broken English now. Ow! Hiding will not save you.
It is dead.
I wish I can play the sword more. Always loved this rifle.
Sentinels, the holy warriors of the sacred range. Why have they sided with these heretics? Sentinels, defend us.
Whoa! What happened? Why did they suddenly explode like that? Okay, maybe using the sword wasn't a good idea.
Sentinels, the holy warriors of the sacred range. Why have they sided with these heretics?
Tricky!
Sentinels, defend us! Arbiter, clear the hangar and open its door, so I may drop the second lance.
This gun is great.
It's in cover.
The bladed sword is still very fun, to be honest, but it's just knuckle at that point. Oh, I think you die at the needle gun the first time. Deals low damage or exposed to if I hit too much. Oh. Are you bad? Are you good? Button by Big Dawn. The mission set to open the hangar. Is this not the same guy? Oh, this is Sniper. Okay, okay. Is this the button?
I am making my approach.
Hello? I don't know who's bad, who's good anymore. Oh, yellow armor? Okay, yellow armor is bad. Okay, okay. Well, bad for my current character that I'm playing. That's a new gun. View rod cannon?
They're breaking. How many is that now? There we go.
Hey. The bad aliens are bad, the good aliens are good. Well, I mean, you say that and I still can differentiate between the bad and the good. Whoa! Oh, they have knife.
They're breaking. Hunting flame.
They said the thing. They said there's something flame. That's a moving killer instinct. Oh my god. Wait, there was one here, I thought.
More heretics in the passage below us.
Critical effect than dead if green stay clean or something. Yeah, but I couldn't. I feel like I couldn't react fast enough most of the time. Alright, got him. I never looked at radar, it's just like so vague. Oh, I guess now we go here. Did we not come from here? Oh, we don't come from here. The aliens live in the society. Shake my head. Good morning.
Holy flare! I love close combat.
Good morning.
Nice.
They're dead. What do you want? What the heck?
Camouflage engaged. We have them now.
I don't know what's the ally. Ooh, thank you. That looks like a melee weapon. Sentinel beam? Uh-oh, I lost my sword. Did they go brought somewhere else? The sword without charge uses melee if I remember correctly. Yes, Kobo is really enjoying the cloaking. Yeah, left on conveyor belt. I guess it went away.
Shall we keep moving, Arbiter? The heretic leader cowers below.
Why are you speaking? Why are you speaking in the accent? Why you speak? You speak like that too. Oh yeah. The fuck? They're dead. What do you want?
I'm invisible.
Did you have a breakfast? Here it is.
Together. Ready.
Forgot to enter dual wielding. It's so good. Cleansing flame. I think that's what it's called. Or dousing flame, something like that. In Killer Instinct, that flame is like a really good recapture combo starter.
More bad guys.
Yaki Biki, aya, aya, aya.
You are no warrior. Ha ha ha. miserable vermin! Yes, brother!
Do all needler good?
Damn! They escaped!
I still feel the same way about Needler, to be honest. I don't know how... I don't know if it's like good. I mean, it's good against like elites, but it's not good against like fodders or like small enemies. I don't think I like Needler as much. Damn. Yes, you are cute. I'm gonna cry.
No one see me now.
Oh, that worked. It's about getting enough needles in them and to explode them. 2 means they explode like half a second. Yeah, I guess. I just don't feel good about the needler. I don't know. I feel like it's a very personal preference thing at this point. Woohoo! Sorry about that.
I am on my way.
Ooh, 2 plasma rifle is also really good. I messed up.
Contemptible! You might as well give up. I couldn't have said it better myself. Deal with him, my brothers. I will defend the Oracle. Its truth must not be silenced.
So even Covenant has like enemy among themselves.
Danger is nigh.
To the hunt?
Mobilizing their air force. Get after their leader, but watch your back. I'm sending one of our phantoms to support you.
Banshee? This is where the first move song was? Okay, let me change it. Oh, is it like when I ride the car? I'll play original graphics for a bit then.
Onward, Arbiter. We will secure this section of the station.
Okay. Fly the heretic Banshee. Is this the music? Dang. You could fire a Banshee Bomb? Ooh. They told me earlier. Hey! Oh my god, the music is bumping, holy shit. I'm sorry, let me change back. Hmm. 4 songs, all 3 done by Incubus. The music is a little bit on the softer side for the original one. Give me a second, sorry. Let me try. I guess it's made for original, huh? Game music 100%. Yeah, they've really bumped up the music in remaster. Banshee tricks? Oh! Oh my god, do a barrel roll? And the backflip? Lyrics saying the actual song of them shouting follow? Ooh. Oh.
This way, Arbiter. I see another heretic position.
Oh, original has no subtitles. Song over. Alright, let's get back to... There. Ui! Oh! Backflip!
No sign of the heretic leader or his banshee. We must keep searching.
I don't think that was a good idea. Get sniped. If I were to go higher, backflip is really good. Although backflipping doesn't allow me to shoot though, but been so good for both style and to gain height. Yeah.
Track the heretic leader to this part of the station. Clear that landing zone and get inside.
Make your mark, Arbiter.
What's happening? Oh. Oh, we did it. The Oracle. Only player can just come straight here and skip this whole section. Yeah, without needing to just follow the mothership, I feel like. Kill the heretic leader, the prophets will be done. The aliens look really cool though.
What is it? That stench. I've smelled it before.
That stench, I smelled it before. Juggernaut?
Poppy collar.
Poppy collar? Oh, they're trying to contain the flood? Would be a shame if I break this thing. I think are we in the horror section again? Could be we're in the horror section again.
What is that?
Yeah.
It's moved on. Quickly before it returns, let's find the heretic leader and finish him off.
What are the heretics doing with the flood though? Oh, it's the flood gas. I know this place. This is the place where you first found the flood. Sword. Oh, we found sword again. Thank you.
Me have bad feeling about this.
Me have bad
Always
feeling.
have bad feeling. You had bad feeling about morning food nipple.
Food nipple?
Or I should bind them shut.
See, heretic!
Hold your fire. Hold your fire.
I wondered who the prophets would send to silence me. An arbiter. I'm flattered.
He's using a hollow. He must be close. Come out so we may kill you.
Come out so we can kill you. Come out so we can kill you. It's diabolical. Who's gonna listen to that?
Stand firm. The flood.
Morning.
Got it.
Guess I can go for the big one with the sword. I know if we need to do anything, they're so good.
Go, officer. I'll follow when our reinforcements arrive.
Okay. Tempted by the sword. I must have the sword. Good morning. Holy music.
Not this place.
Yeah, they bump up the music. Hello? What was that? Is someone knocking?
I see it as well. Not my part today.
What happened? What happened? Are you like a boss or some shit? You must be. Oh lord, this room. I'm scared. Although my sword carries a lot, I think. Oh, sorry.
Your death is at hand.
A lot of checkpoints. I'm glad.
Next time, be it.
Ay, 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 ay. They said a cleansing flame. Oh, it's so cool. I don't know why I love that so much. Like, the way they said it is so cool. Oh my god.
You could not defeat our lords, and you will not defeat us either.
Who's speaking? Are you talking? Do you refer to your lord?
You
Lord?
saved us, Arthur. We are
Of course, I mean, there's only one of you left, but still. Oh, it's that thing again. No! Get out of here.
I see one.
Give me that bullet, thank you very much. Whoa! I got you. I'm a proof for my end. Take care, y'all. Have fun streaming to you around. Thank you, Marmalade. Have a good day to you too. Okay. It's nice seeing you, Marmalade. Heck yeah. got him. Nice to catch you too. Always a chill time. More, thank you. I like to chill most of the time. Love that sword so much. Bye bye, Marmalade.
Job well done, Arbiter.
They really want to
We
make
should
sure.
have brought weapons to burn these bodies. Every one is a potential vessel for the flood.
Yep.
How long do you plan on fighting, coward?
Whoa, the energy sword looks way cooler in the original. What the heck? This one is just like electric. This one has like purple pink glow on it. Look at that. Shit, I'm surprised.
Worthless cur!
Worthless cur. Why you mad? Why you?
Stand against you, Arbiter. Sorry.
Both doors are locked. This is not where I'm supposed to go. Guess not. Oh, it's a one-way though. Weird. Glass windows. Oh, so I just break them? Fair enough. I don't know why that never occurred to me that I can just break glass windows. Oh, it's already broken. Oh, wow, wait, I never seen them do that. Ooh, new sword, let's go. Holy tank. Lots of ways in lots of one ways in this level. Was one earlier when you jumped in with a sword too? Guess it's one way of doing it. Are they friendly? Yeah, they are. Why are you both bad? Come here. More sword? Oh my god, they're so nice to me. Okay, what am I doing here? The door behind is red, and that one is also red. Sideways? Am I not supposed to jump down? Checkpoint done? Oh! Oh, I'm just supposed to hold here. Weird. Get out of here. That's cool as fuck. Get out of here. Dum dum. Woohoo! What an enemy bugged? It's getting cold again. Oh, it is getting kind of cold here as well. Checkpoint done. -6? Oh my god. Oh, it's open. That took a while. Oh, it's those guys. It took a while, but all's good. -21, it sucks. Oh god, I would not survive. I would not survive less than 20. Holy shit. Stay warm. Wear 20 clothes at once.
Leader, the storm is about to hit. We cannot maintain our position. Bring the phantoms close to the mine. You're not leaving until the leader of these heretics.
Are they good? Oh, they're good.
The flood have spread throughout the nation. We don't have enough troops to manage such a large infestation. Find the leader of these heretics. Kill him now.
Okay, I guess.
Raid! Raid on your knees! Touching, please! Fire!
Why the ring is what?
Any who can fight, join your cause.
All the dragons. I'm watching in the sweater while bundled under the blanket with my doggo. He also has his own sweater, so we are good. Ah, good. You stay inside. All the dragon got the TRS house to share with. My house is, well, the place where I live is warm all year long, so that could help. Good morning! God, I love the sword. So good.
I expect more from you.
Heretic boss! You see? You see?
Also, hi Mars, welcome. Welcome, Snuggly Dragon. Oh, we did it.
This will save me from the storm, but you will be consumed.
Arbiter, where is he?
Stinking floodbait boxed himself in tight. We'll never break through this. Then we shall force him out. How? The cable. I'm going to cut it. Get everyone back to the ships.
Whoa.
Return to the landing zone. The Arbiter will continue upward, cut this station loose, and scare the heretic from his hold.
May our lords guide your hand.
Thanks.
Shall not forget your sacrifice.
Oh, they're nice. I'll be
Keep your
fine.
blade handy. I doubt the cable can withstand the fight.
Do you have extra soul? Lupo! Oh my god, thank you. 25 months? Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. I'm so surprised of being able to play as the Sangheili? Sangheili? Is that what they're called? Sangheili? I mean, I know Arbiter from Killer Instinct. I didn't know they call Sangheili. Don't know what Sangheili is, but it's nice. I get to play Arbiter and the sword is good. Also, thanks again, Lupo, for 25 months. Welcome in. I have knife. Knife good. Species name? Oh, Arbiter is Sangheili? Oh. It's an interesting species name. Okay, what do I do here? Do I just go through here? Oh. Toasty the cat. Your knife is 12 energy. Yeah, I wish they have more energy for the knife, but I don't have it. Thank you, Narix. Oh, you're playing Halo as well. Hello, welcome. Have a nice stream. Thank you. I hope Halo was good for you too. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. They also have a very Japanese-inspired culture. They're basically samurai. Oh, so if they do something bad, they'll just be like, "Oh, I don't deserve to be here, seppuku." Something like that. They treat honor as like very important stuff. Once just finished all the ST program first so far. Nice. I just finished Combat Evolved, I think. Yeah, the first one, and then now I'm playing the second one. The Sangheili are kind of hard. I don't know. When it comes to aliens, I still prefer Xenomorph. Xenomorph is top tier alien. Hype train? Oh yeah, the chat does hype train too, I forgot. And chatting triggers hype train as well, which is something new. ODST very fun. ODST is the next one I'm gonna play, right? To my understanding, yeah, chat for hype train, it's kinda weird. I didn't turn it off. That's on me, I forgot to turn it off. Hi Nina, welcome. Game says I need to cut the cable. Haven't really heard of them. Oh.
Good girl.
Oh.
Pet.
Wait. Thank you, Evie, and thank you, Crystal.
I'm told all the time that my job must be so fun because I get to play with dogs all the time, but this dude has been screaming the entire battle.
God, I love that one so much. Screaming dog. Thank you, Crystal, for 15 gems as well. Thank you. Right, follows yes to chatting. Yeah, apparently there's like if the chat is active enough, it will trigger a hype train, which I think is kind of the way they changed the popcorn leggies. There are best Kobo. Thank you, Evie. I don't know if I'm that good though, but thank you. Peach Black. Wahoo! Hey, watch this, the game says. There should be no allies here, I'm pretty sure.
All my friends are in the air on it. Go ahead, cut the cable.
It's also best. No, thank you. I'm good. It's fine. I'm almost out of carbine. They have sword, they have sword. Give. Oh, they have another sword. I know you're here. I don't. So much praises today, oh my god. They generous with sword when you need to cut a cable? Yeah, it's really nice, they gave me a lot of sword here. Thanks for the bullet. Okay, where's the cable that needs me to cut, huh? I'm not only good at cutting monsters, I'm also good at cutting cables, I think. Well, who needs to cut a cable when, you know, a Kobo is here where I can just fucking bite the cable?
Sever the cable.
Also, it's not obvious what I need to cut right now, but it is here? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, game. blue spotted pillars? Ah, okay. That's a cable? I guess I cannot bite them. Game's being nice. I still like the original version of the energy sword. It has like the pinkish magenta glow to it. It's amazing. Thanks for the hype train.
That's one. By the prophets, look at the station list.
Just safe bullet. Get out of here.
One final cable, officer.
For infection, do not jump on as the last cable give way. Or do it fun? The last... As the last cable gives way? Do not jump? Whoa! I love that. I'll do it first. I didn't jump. Oh my god, that was loud. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh. Wait, I want to. Whee! Nice bullet. Needed that. I kinda float. Isn't that just as the haptical zoom in? I guess I'm going somewhere. 在 WeChat 找我？诶 Wow, someone's pissed. Wonder what's going on. Well, I wonder what happened to make that sister so angry. Honestly, I don't I don't consider her as my sister anyway, so. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna listen to my mom for a little bit. Great. What a vibe killer. Couldn't talk to her about anything at all. Like, she is so privileged, she is so entitled, it's fucking crazy, and it drives me insane. Like, I'm not even gonna hide it anymore. Fucker is the reason why I'm always so depressed all the time. It is. It's just her breaking this family apart, bit by bit. That little thief. That little privileged ass. I hate her so much, honestly. God damn. Like, honestly, for the past few days, living with her alone in the family, like, so for the past few days, me and my my mom, my other sisters, my mom, my two other sisters, and my another sister's fiance, they went to Kuala Lumpur. I think I mentioned that, right? And they are having fun, so it's good, right? Like, living with that fucking she lives. How do I say this? She doesn't treat us like a family. She treats us like a fucking tool every time. So, for the longest time, she has been using my car. Fine, alright? She doesn't refuel my car. Fine, that's extra expenses. Okay, fine, okay. She steals money. Okay, fine, right? She like my mom doesn't want to like confront her. It's like, okay, fine, right? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, she's like, she steals money, she buys all the packages, she went to like all the good food every day, and then here I am, have to suffer because of her. It's like, God, fuck, I'm so tired, man. Because of one person. I'm sorry I'm breaking down here, but Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry, like, this is all very sudden. I received a message from mom anyway. She couldn't go fetch her. I mean, I was about to fetch my mom anyway, but the way that she came into my room and fucking glared at me is like, yeah, privileged fuck. Of course you do. What? Because she has been using my car. Okay, fine. Right? My car. No, I only told her that please treat my car well. My car is a literal dump every time she uses my car.
You are still always a good girl at least, and we are all here for you, and I'll give you those secret pet's heart.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Just, I feel like every day I'm just surviving. I'm at my limit every day, just enduring her shit. It's so tired. It's so tired, man. Like, why do I have to suffer? Why do I have to like pay all the bills? Why do I have to pay all the loans? And then she gets to steal all the money and buy all the good stuff. Her hairdryer costs 600 ringgit. Hairdryer. Like, fucking hell, man. The way she lives, she thought she is living in what? In luxurious fucking castle. Maybe I need to speak up and fight. I want to. I really want to. And then this morning, I only sent her a picture of my car and just be like, this is what I did. I sent her a picture of my car that looks like a fucking literal dump. And I was be like, you use my car, it's fine. I let you use my car. You don't refuel my car, that's fine. I can refuel the car. At least treat my car well. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. My car is so full of fucking like dump. And then the way she treats me, like she always she always live on the surface area. You know what I mean? Like she lives by lies and deceit. I remember saying that a lot. She puts on the best behavior in front of someone, And then she will backstab you 10 times over when she's behind you. Like, when we are not there, she just backstabs you. Every goddamn time. Everyone in the family knows. But it's just mom doesn't want confrontation. Mom really doesn't want that. And I understand. I understand mom doesn't want confrontation. But if that bitch... I'm so angry. If that tenant is being fucking... I don't know. I'm sorry. Just a lot happening for the past few days. I'm just... Last night... Last night... I don't know what happened to her and the nephew. The whole house is a fucking dump. I had to clean up the house like crazy. I couldn't even eat until it's 9 p.m. I have to clean the house. And then that aside, while I was cleaning, there's so many like chairs around the place, right? But like I was trying to clean up I was trying to clean up the kitchen, and then I lose my footing, and then I kick the chair, and I scratched my below knee part. So there's like knee, right? Knee, and then between knee and ankle in the middle, there's like a soft part of my leg, right? So I scraped off a little bit of like meat, and it was bleeding profusely last night. Well, thank goodness I know a little bit of first aid, so I'm fine. But it hurts like hell, right? I was like, yeah, no, it is what it is. You know, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. I don't want to live in a fucking dump. Speak up to mom, be a brave girl, tell her how badly it's affecting things. We all do. Mom knows it too. Me, my two other sisters has been telling mom, it's like, yeah, that's her behavior. Mom is slowly like realizing what's going on, or mom knows what's going on, but she's trying to avoid it. I guess I understand, like, mom's love knows no bound. It really too, like it's real. Mom is literal angel in this family. Like, I'm not even lying. Like, that piece of tenon, the way that she lives, mom can love her. You know how much mom loves her kids, just from that alone. Also, hi again, Zen. I'm sorry. Just something happened just now. And now, yeah, she went out. Yeah, she went out again. Oh, I couldn't fetch mom today. Oh, you had to do it. Slams my door. Absolute dog water. I'm so at my limit. I swear to God, I'm so at my limit every day living like this. It's so tired. There's so many times I'm just contemplating just fucking give up, man. It hurts. Every time I have to live like this. It's like stream is the only place where I get to do something like this. I can be myself. I can talk about stuff like this. And then in the family, if I show a little bit of weakness, and then just be like, yeah, sure. Male, am I right? Crying male, I cannot believe it. It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I know. I'm not allowed to cry. I'm not allowed to vent. I'm not allowed to do anything. All I'm allowed to do in this family is to man up, because I'm biologically male. Maybe it's part of the reason why I want to be trans, because fuck this. Every day, man. Like, I have to save money on food. I have to save money on everything that I do. I could just save money and just buy the things that I need, but I can't. I need to pay the bills. I need to pay the loans. And what she does, she doesn't do anything at all. Like, why am I doing this, right? Like, it's like people with moral compass, people knows how to do good is going to suffer because people who do bad just lives like that and they're enjoying life to its fullest. And then here I am suffering because I know to help the family. And what do I get? I get fucking shit, I guess, in this family. Like, don't get me wrong, I fucking love my mom. I do. Mom, like, 20 years ago, I was in ICU because of diabetes, right? And then mom was there every goddamn moment where where I cannot even talk, I cannot even move. Mom was there for me. That's why I love mom so much. I do. I really do. Trends are not as toxic as fuck. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. There's not much I can do. I also got a pretty traditional pair of parents. Basically can only do a fraction of myself around them. Yeah, I mean, if dad is still here, I'm sorry, right? But my dad passed 2 years ago. But if dad is still here, dad literally mentioned that he will shoot me with a gun if I'm gay. I love my dad, but that hurts a lot. Like, my heart shattered. My heart literally shattered. It's like, okay, I guess I won't be myself in front of you then. I'll just be a fake shell in front of you. What can I do? I'm being oppressed to shit in this family. But because I have good moral compass, I know mom loves me because I love mom as well. I have good moral compass because I want to like split a little bit of the bills because I want to help mom. I want to help the family with the bills a little bit. My third sister is helping a little bit as well because she's also like one of the good ones. My fourth sister has been jobless for the past about 3 years. At least she's not causing any trouble, but it is a little bit painful still. It's just this second sister, it's causing so much problem that I'm at my wit's end. I'm at my wit's end so many days. Like, every night I think about the situations how long can I hold? I don't know how long I can hold like this. That fucking bitch, I swear to God. Sorry. Just something like this just makes me crash out, I guess. I'm sorry, Nexus. Reminds me of that time my mom said I can't bring home a man or a woman of color or she'll disown me. Great words to remember. Right? Asian parents, I swear to God. But honestly though, like, parents aren't the big problems here. The problem is just that fucking tenant, man. Like, she's not even my sister anymore. Like, I don't care who she is. I don't care if she comes from the same pussy as I am. I don't care. Like, who is she to live like this? Who is she to just sabotage the entire family like this? Right? Me with friends here. I know. It's just this is a very personal, like, family matter. It's just that one interaction broke me. Like a literal shithead. I told her I wounded my legs because you dumped the entire house. And you know what she said to me? She told me, 这我家我要怎样就怎样, she said. Essentially, she said, this is my house, I'll do whatever I want. Fuck you, she said. And I told her, but my legs is bleeding, it's wounded. Do you want to do something about it? At least a sorry, maybe? And she said, I don't care, that's your problem. 我管你啊，你自己的脚受伤关我什么事 ？She said. Right, okay. Alright, okay, I guess. Well, fuck me, I guess, right? This Robert Renault is a really tough situation to go through. I'm sorry, but it is. I'm trying my best every day just to hold on to that one single hope that I have. That maybe at some point that I can save enough money and maybe move out of this goddamn family. If she doesn't want to move out, I'll go. I'm done. I'm so tired. I'm sorry, but goddamn. It's an everyday thing. Every day, and it's like I have to fight against this kind of bullshit. And it's like 10 times worse for the past few days. When mom is not here, she becomes a fucking demon. If I'm in my own place, I'll marry you out of here. That means a lot. That means a lot. There are something there's actually someone from Oregon, I think. I don't know if she allows me to say this, but we had plans that I want to visit her at some point. And then we checked we checked the airplane ticket prices from Malaysia to Portland, Oregon. It costs like 5K. 5K, oh my god. Yeah, it's kind of a lot. But I guess we had some plans. Also, sorry about that, Nexus. You have to come into me just crashing out here. Mine are much better. We live in Canada and live with a bunch of Trump supporters. Fuck, yeah, that's rough. That's tough. That's shit. There's no problem at all. It is really tough situation to go through. Yeah, I mean, Trump supporters are essentially racist assholes. Plane from East Asia to US are minimum 2K. Yeah, minimum 2K. So many of my loved ones have such problematic family members like that. They're always such a handful in the worst way possible. And somewhere going through. As like a fellow Southeast Asian, I think you feel that very in a very relatable way. I believe that. Maybe you can all contribute together and get you out of there. Maybe someday. I mean, if it gets you away from toxic people in a stable place mentally and financially, it's worth it. 5K ringgit. Yeah, 5K to fly from here to Portland, Oregon. But to move away from the family, I just don't know how, because as much as I want to move there, I don't know how I will supply my insulin, right? Because I have like government hospital here that I go every month so that I can have my monthly supply of insulin. Like without government hospital supplying the insulin, it would cost me like 500 plus a month. And it's like something about that. There's just like so many things I need to like look into. Probably it's also the city of Triumph is trying to break right now. Well, that sounds scary. Healthcare is a need, how to deal with in the States. Exactly. I heard a lot of like bad things about healthcare in the States. So to move there entirely is not ideal, I think. At least our plan currently is that I don't move there. I travel there, and then I live with I live in her apartment for like maybe a month, something. I don't know how. I think maybe a month, or 3 weeks a month, so that I can at least break away from this fucking family for a bit. I will avoid the US, especially if you're a trans person. That's true. We got free healthcare here in Australia QLD, so I know the struggle. Fair. I mean, good. It's good to have free healthcare. I have quote unquote free healthcare here, free healthcare here as well, on the government hospital. So, no, I use quote unquote because I still need to pay like 5 ringgit, 10 ringgit, sometimes a month. Per 3 months, So, it's not exactly free, but that's almost close to being free. So. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to just keep this, like, family matter off the stream, but today it just kind of broke me. Like, I know you guys told me to not apologize, but I just can't. I just can't not apologize. It's like... It's a very personal family issue, and I'm just suddenly dumping it on to chat like this. It's unfair, but still, right? For the first time, let me look at the viewer count. I'm saying this to 35. Okay, wait. Sorry to all. Sorry to all 34 people here. I know this is this is not very like content. Like, this is not exactly stream stuff. Right? Just I'm sorry it suddenly happened, and you know, I received a call, and then my sister just barged into my room, being the bitch that she is. So, yeah. It hurts sometimes. I wanted to keep this to myself, but at some point I feel like I'm gonna break. There were so many times that I kind of want to just, like, give up. Many times, actually. But I'll try my best still. Same situation here, too. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that, Dragon Mama. Oh, hi, Jade. If you say sorry one more time, I'm going to tie you up in the dragon-free basement. Well, the first part was hot. The second part was torture. How could you do that? I want dragon. Peekin. Hi. One of the safety countries to be trans. Where? Oh, US? US safe to be trans? I don't know about that. Are you sure? If you ever decide to move to Canada and need a roommate, oh, no, fair. If they don't like this, they can just leave the stream. That's fair. All good. No damn Jade. Bullying will only cause you to explode later down the line. It's gonna be invented about Inami things. Probably. I think it's always helpful. Yeah. And stop apologizing for being human. I'll try my best. 100% sure basic statistics. I'm not sure with... I mean, Trump is like full-on hatred towards LGBTQ plus things, no? If a president is like that, in the future, the state is probably going to be like that as well, no? If the leader is like that, who's to say that if the people below Trump don't follow him, what's gonna happen, right? How much would it be for you to get to Australia? Just wondering. I'm not too sure, honestly. It's technically safe in the future though, how shit's going. Fair. He's a menace. A very menace. Still one of the safest countries in the world to be LGBTQ. Honestly, it's definitely safer than Malaysia. I mean, Malaysia, if found to be gay in public, I think at some point it could be death sentence, since Malaysia is like absolute Muslim here. So yeah, Trump is anti-gay, bi, trans, but it's totally okay with lesbians. That's a weird way to put it. Only okay with lesbians? I wonder why. Largely this. Everything very rapidly going to shit, and the man in charge here is pushing more and more psychotic nonsense with a cult following that's obeying it every day. Exactly, that's what I was mentioning. It's like if the leader of the country, I don't know. Let's not consider the US for now, since those stats might be taken out of context and it will only get worse. For now, yeah. However bad it is now, it's going to get worse. Yeah, they only look at women as sex objects. Oh, that's so fucked up. Which data are you basing that on? I would love some like actual graph data so that I can look at it too, right? It would be nice to have a reference. I know we live too far apart, but I have no problem at all taking you in temporarily at my house if ever needed. And it probably won't happen, but just so you know, you have my support. That means a lot, thank you. Automatic costs count the first half of your message. Be okay with less means a common shit cunt thing since, oh look, it's hot woman. That's like, oh no. Yeah, sorry for suddenly going to this. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't apologize. Oh. Wait, Jade, I can explain. Equality in license as well as the amount of LGBTQ communities, etc. State laws. Some state is like fighting vigorously for laws that allows LGBTQ people to feel safe. I've seen some, right? Germany is also very safe to LGBTQ. Oh, really? I'm kind of surprised, Pratak. Left-leaning states are nice. Left-leaning? Lean left? I'm probably gonna stop here for now. Do I just save and quit? Yeah, I'll save and quit. Not Trump supporting. Trump is very right wing. Ah, okay. There's a lot of West European countries that are LGBT safe and have asylum programs. Oh, huh? Asylum programs? Isn't asylum like a very bad thing? Question mark. Let's save and quit here. I'm sorry for suddenly quitting the game like this. But that just killed my entire like vibe. I don't even want to do anything right now. Well, let's go here. It's like a program to get out of countries that might mistreat people. Oh. What was I listening to again? Oh yeah, this one. Nintendo cheerful music to make you happy like Yoshi. Why not? Why not? Oh my god, it's so loud. Alright, I need music like this. Help. Make sure you don't turn the meta too much. I'll try. Thank you all for listening to me. All of a sudden as well, right? I know it's like from 0 to 100 all of a sudden, right? Have a great rest of the day. Thank you, Zen. Or is another? Oh. Why does the... I guess there's argument to be made if you talk about on paper, but not sure about the insulin. Yeah, the insulin is like my biggest fear if I were to... Oh shit.
You know I love you, and am here for you if you need to play something or talk off stream when needed. Here is some help that I can afford.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Yeah, I need to reach out to more people. I've been reaching out on Discord to a few people that I been talking to for a while. Thank you again, Metal. Hope you better soon, Tira. I'll try. Thank you, Nina. Asylum programs are nice sometimes. Oh. It varies if you're in mental asylums, which is the most common one that crops to mind, then yes, asylums are usually bad. But there's several varieties of asylum, like political asylum, where you're just trying to get away from something, I think? I don't know. I'm not too well known, like well versed in asylum stuff. Hey, Nick. Many hugs for Kobo, thank you. I'm definitely gonna need a lot of them. Nothing to apologize for. I just feel bad because like this is like such a 0 to 100 spin. For cheery plinky plonky music, I recommend Nobonoko. His music got banger goober music. Nobonoko, huh? On YouTube? Let me check. Is this Pokemon? Oh fuck yeah. Nobonoko. Whoa, the first one I saw is a balloon animal? Dang. I'll sub so that I can listen to them after. Thank you, Zen. And do stuff if you want. I could Discord stream something for you to watch after stream so you can take a mind off of things. I find that sometimes helps. I appreciate that. I'll keep that in mind. If I ever want to take my mind off stuff, I'll reach out to you if you don't mind. Stephenson's crazy. It's so loud. In Spain, the state covers the transition for transgender people, pays for hormone and some surgeries, and there are fines for those who harass or threaten transgender people because of the condition. Multiple EU countries have... Wait, my mouse just died. Oh, there we go. Multiple EU countries have stuff like that. That's pretty amazing. Insulin was the issue? I heard healthcare in US is not the best. That's only that's the only way I can put it since I'm in Malaysia, but I can only like judge based off of the voices around the internet, right? So bad things happen and ruins the mood. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it does happen sometimes. But no matter what bad people say, regardless of happiness, go for it. Probably good to do so today to take a mind off of. Oh fuck! That just hit you. Need to do stuff. Feel free to poke me if you want to take up that offer. Of course. Thank you, Jameson. No healthcare over here is fucked. Even with insurance, you're charged for basically everything. The same thing is an old talking point from years ago. Insulin is capped at 35 a month. No, I'm talking about insulin thing because I need insulin every month. Like I'm type 1 diabetes for 20 years. So I was talking about like moving to Portland, Oregon because one of my like close friends is there, and she was like, we are talking about like moving there for a bit. So that's why I talked about that for a bit. Turns out I was infected, but they were able to treat it. Oh! A friend nearly lost her toe because she didn't want to get a checkup because it would cost somewhere in the realm of 200 USD just to get someone to check up. Yeah, that's fucked up. Then we were trading. Okay, it's about $10 a pen in California, I believe. 10? Holy shit! Oh wait, no. 10块美金的话去10 dollar 10 USD to, I mean, oh, it is slightly affordable. It's 39 ringgit. Well, let's say 40 ringgit, right? Each pen is 45 ringgit, and a box of Nova Rapid or Asphalt, if you like scientific name. Nova Rapid is 200 ringgit, and a box of Lentus Solar Star or Glajin is 250, I believe, or maybe more than that. So yeah, insulin is a lot more expensive in the US compared to the rest of the world. Kept at 35 a month now. And go do stuff. Best of luck. Thank you, Jameson. And good luck with doing stuff as well. It's still more expensive than everywhere else I have data for. Some places like California have better care programs. After Trump, there's a good chance the US will dip back to a bit more normal. But I've been debating leaving the US if I can at some point. That's a fair point. That's not a good source, is it not? Malaysia, are you? Oh. United States 98, most expensive insulin. Human analog? Ooh. $31.60 for concession, or up to $31.60 for general patients here in Australia. Oh, it says the US is $98.70 when it capped at $35 under Medicaid laws. With the company's salaries as well, what's the average salary in the US versus Chile, for example? Wait, was I talking about salary? I just kind of want to know about the insulin price over there, or like, technically over here in Malaysia, because I'm like being covered by government hospital, so insulin is technically free for me to take. So I can take I can take 6 pence of asphalt and 5 pence of Glajin every month. And I know that's like an unfair comparison between like here and US, but it's like my own personal experience here. Diabetes.org. Ooh. What? At the first thing? Damn. American Diabetes Association. Life with diabetes. I already have 20 years of diabetes. I feel like I should be fine. Let's see. Medicare, 65 or older. You may be eligible to get Medicare early if you have a disability, end-stage renal disease, or Oh, Brave Talk! Thank you, Brave Talk. I forgot to mention that the coffee donations will go towards bills most of the time. So, thank you. If there's any extra, I'll definitely save up, and probably I can make my general life a little bit better. Right? Thank you. Insulin cover under Medical Part D. As a result, the Senior Saving Pilot and subsequently the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, Medical Part D enrollees monthly cost sharing for insulin is capped at 35. A covered insulin product is one that is included in the Medical Part D plan formulary. Insulin out-of-pocket cost sharing. So there's a recent change to insulin out-of-pocket cost sharing under Medicare. See this frequently and by discretion. Insulin covered under Medical Part B. July 1st, 2023, insulin covered under Medicare Part B, including insulin delivered through a traditional pump that is covered under durable medical equipment benefit, will also be capped at $35 per month. So, if I if I'm not a medical Part D enrollees, it would be like full price. Medicare is only for US citizens. Oh, I'm not a citizen. Oh shit. Medicaid is a joint state and federally funded health. I should probably like just put this in. Funded health insurance program that require health coverage to such a low income individuals and families, including children, parents, people who are pregnant, elderly people, and people with disabilities. Medicaid. So I assume these are all like what do you call it again? 医疗机构. Okay, how do I say that in English? 医疗机构. Google Translate. Okay. 医疗机构. Medical institutions? I think that's close. There are multiple affordable programs for people without citizenship as well as uninsured people. I mean, insurance over here doesn't cover me because I have like this terminal illness, I guess. It doesn't pass, it doesn't let me. Private commercial insurance. State regulated health insurance plans. Apparently how the state of the District of Columbia have enacted legislation. Caps co-payment on monthly insulin, also limit cost sharing for suppliers. Additional state considering legislation to cap monthly insulin costs shipped regularly. I should be reading uninsured. Patient Assistance Program. Insulin manufacturers provide insulin at no cost through their Patient Assistance Program to people who are uninsured and meet income eligibility requirements. No cost through their Patient Assistance Program. Patient Assistance Program? To people who are uninsured and meet income eligibility requirements. Income eligibility requirements? Is it like more information down there? They're just short. I thought there should be more information on this. Wait. Hi again, Jade. I definitely did not apologize just now. I'm still like US Insulin Adventure full playthrough? I don't know, like I are pushing 3 times the... No, not 3 times, no, I didn't do it, no. Why do I feel like... Don't think it's worth a gamble personally. It kinda does too, yeah. I mean... Up here, what I was reading is the Medicare section, Medicaid section. I'm definitely not there. Private/commercial insurance, I'm definitely not there. So if I were to read about the uninsured situation, the uninsured segment, it only says insulin manufacturers provide insulin at no cost through their patient assistance program and people who are uninsured and meet income eligibility requirements, but it doesn't really say much. The discussion is that insulin isn't expensive as terminally online people make out. Insulin isn't expensive? I mean, I guess because I'm being like, I'm under government like government General Hospital Miri here just like helps with with the insulin that I have, so I have to pay 5 ringgit every 3 months, so it doesn't really count. But like I mentioned, the prices for insulin around here, if I go to like a local pharmacy to buy, oh yeah, how about that? If I'm not under government hospital care, right? If I were to go out to a random pharmacy and then just be like, how much is a box of asphalt, right? And so it's like $50 to $90 a dose off the shelf, and people need more than one dose. Yeah, I mean, I'm using a lot of doses of asphalt actually, just trying to keep it under control. Maybe my like everyday life is not the best, but well, I still need asphalt to like keep it under control. And glycine, of course. Nobody's buying it off the shelf. I've been doing it. I've been buying it from nearby pharmacy for, I think it was about like 8 years ago when I was traveling, when I was studying in KL, and then I have to spend about like 500 every month just to buy a box of asphalt and glycine, like 2 boxes, and then they all combined. I wouldn't thought so. I think so I can time them out. They are a little bit defensive with this kind of things, isn't it? Yeah, how about Pecan? How about if I want to buy a, let's say, a box of asphalt out of a pharmacy nearby US? Like a box of a box of asphalt, how much would that cost? I'm just saying factual information. Tumblr homeschool. I believe, or it's either asphalt. Oh shit, am I typing Chinese? I mean, most people use asphalt, or it could be called Novo Rapid as well. A box of that. Usually it has like 5 sticks in there. How many pharma companies have you worked for? Are you working in a pharmacy company? Like you did disregard entirely about what Nexus shared. So that alone is a little bit on the side, right? You're gonna take like most information into consideration. 35 a month? No, a box. A box of asphalt. I'm not yeah, a box of asphalt. What does 35 a month mean? If a box costs 35, that's 35乘 35 USD 137 138 ringgit. Huh. Google shows 58 to 100 per vial? Per vial is insane. In USD too, holy shit. Like, it depends on how much you use as an individual. So my dosage currently is, in the morning I use 14 to 16 unit. In the afternoon I use 18 to 20 unit. At the night I use 16 to 18, but sometimes 14. So let's say I use 14, 18, 16. 14, 18, 16 every day. Let's not talk about Gajin. Right, so I use that amount. You're assuming insurance. I am definitely not insured. You can use 3 pence a month and it's 35. 3 pence a month and it's 35. If it's 10 pence, it's 35 a month. That doesn't make sense. You could use 3 pence a month and it's 35, and you use 10 pence, it's 35 a month. 3, let me read that again. 3 pence a month and it's 35. So that's still 35 a month. But if I use 10 pence, it's 35 a month? It might be cheaper if you're Medicare, but I have no idea what the requirements are. And if you need insurance, therefore insulin might be problematic. Yeah, very problematic. Even I'm not insured right now in Malaysia, but I just have because I'm born in like Miri, and I got like I mean, when I first got diabetes, I got sent to General Hospital Miri, and then I'm already like under their care, so that's why I can have like I would just say free insulin. So multiple manufacturer program that also capped at 35, and it showed this capped at 35. There's so many mixed signals from you, Pecan. I don't understand. A fire is 1,000 unit. Oh shit! 我的针呢？ Alright, I got my box. It's 1,000, right?
Yup, 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 yup.
Oh, a pen is 250 unit. Hi, Wildflower. Yup, yup. A vial, I mean, a pen here, it shows 250 unit. Because it's capped at 35. 35 is the upper limit, of course. So essentially, after 35, I'm fucked with the full price. How about that? What's the full price? Because like, what's the full price of asphalt over there? In the source you shared, it said it was under Medicare Part D. It did say that actually. Nexus is right. Medical Part D, then it's if I'm under Medical Part D insurance, then we have the cap of 35, which I still don't understand what that means, but let's roll with it for now. For Medicaid, the government; for uninsured, the manufacturer. If you could really mention that for uninsured, I read the uninsured, it just doesn't say much. They just look at the manufacturer website for their programs. Shit, there's no link. Medicaid is citizen only, uninsured isn't it industry? Like, I'm sorry, Pecan, but Zeus and Nexus makes more sense here. I know it is tilted in the first time chat. It's okay to be incorrect. Now you are just being... Now you're just being... bad. Like, we are all sharing information here, and it's just a straight... You are straight up disregarding both Nexus's and Zeus's information as incorrect. So you need to write an insulin manufacturer for a special program to get insulin at 35. You just say it's very quick and easy. Really? How many years should pay more than 35 a month for insulin? If you do, they are doing something silly. It's dependent on the manufacturer, but they're saying stuff that only applies to people who are insured or in local programs. That's what I'm hearing as well, so it's kind of concerning. All the manufacturer wants apply for uninsured people. Different opinion, not fact, unfortunately. They did share sources as well. Lilly insulin. Lilly medicines. Okay, I'm looking at it. Support for affordable insulin solutions. We launched Lilly Insulin Value Program, allowing business by mod application. Zeus, you know I trust you a lot, right? If you want to make mod, I can actually just give it to you. I mean, you've been here for a long time. And have any claw in this cause I don't know, but we're all friends here just trying to help. I understand that. That's why I'm not like that fast to jump into conclusions and stuff. People who rely on insulin to manage diabetes care deserve affordable access, but systemic barriers stand in the way, though significant investment. Invest in research and solution, then offer more affordable options. We're here, we're working to help. In 2020, we launched the Lilly Insulin Value Program, allowing anyone eligible to purchase their monthly prescription of Lilly Insulin for $35 or less. Now we're announcing updates that make accessing $35 per month Lilly Insulin even easier, including an automatic $35 max out-of-pocket monthly cost for people with commercial insurance at the majority of retail pharmacy. An easy-to-download saving card that provides a $35 max out-of-pocket monthly cost for people who are uninsured. Need to use a non-participating retail pharmacy. Those who need saving card can visit our Insulin Value Program site. Answer 2 questions immediately downloaded. Ooh. Beyond the changes listed above, we also make significant price reductions to our brand and non-branded insulin. So Lilly Medicine, any like medicine company. Is this like providers? Wait, no. I don't really like understand much about this one, but Lilly Insulin is a program, not a pharmacy of their own, right? And these are the big 3 insulin manufacturers in the world. Okay. I snoozed the ad. Okay. Continued innovation, improve diabetes care. Choose our non-brand version, most popular insulin, price of 50% lower than. Okay, so I should just like probably combine all insulin to the medical part D saving model. Dumps a whole box of asphalt in this coffee cutely. What? No, don't do that, Jane. Sharing information based on my professional experience. Ooh. Ellie Lilly. I mean, I'm completely clueless. Is Lilly's manufacturer? Is there like? Wait. Well, they are not pharmacy, right? Lilly is not pharmacy, so I don't need to find a Lilly pharmacy. I just need to find a pharmacy that's associated with Lilly. I think this is what it is. The most expensive sugar that is. Oh, asphalt and asphalt is different. Therefore, affiliated pharmacies are like CVS, Walgreens. It's right in the USA. Leading insulin value program enabling the uninsured and commercially insured access to 35 million insulin. We committed all our insulin to the Medicare Part D savings model, expanding 35 access even further. I'm in the camp of US isn't the best choice right now. I still feel that way actually. Like sure, there's a lot of like I've been shown sources. 35 a month. Let's say 35 a month. Wait, the 35 a month, it means that I get $35 of insulin to spend per month? But I still don't know what's the cost of insulin over there. Right? Because it's only like one of the greatest country on the planet. Oh. Sorry, I just didn't expect it. Canada, Western Europe, or Australia, or Japan? Yeah, because saying US is the greatest countries on the planet is a bit of both. Okay, you're trolling at this point. You're actually trolling. Like, I want to listen to like, I mean, the sources, I've been reading them, but you mentioning that? Yeah, I'm still on. It's definitely better than Malaysia. I guess you could say that. But what did Malaysia do to you? Same country did a dumb Agent Orange on my country, by the way. Yeah, like, let me ask someone who actually is diabetes in the US and see how much they spend on insulin per month. I think that's a way better way to, like, a way better way to know information more. I mean, sure, there's a lot of articles talking about like 35 per month. The biggest question is still $35 per month is what they provide, but how much does a box of asphalt cost? You're not telling me a box is 5, so I need to use 6 pence of asphalt per month. Normally they only cost 35, right? Like if 6 pence of asphalt, and not to mention 5 pence of glycine, all of those only cost 35. Isn't that a little bit too much? If you get 6 pence a month, you get 6 for 35 a month. So the program is like, no matter how much I use, it will be 35 a month. Is that what you are saying? No matter how much I use, it will always be 35 a month. Yes, because all patients use different amounts. An upper limit. That's... I want to believe that, but... there's no way. If that is real... No, I don't use 3 pen a day, that's too much. It's fact? You're trolling. Alright. I'm convinced. Zeus, you have been... Like, I want to believe you, but the way you are talking is just like... Thank you. The way you're talking is just a little bit on... You're talking in facts, but you don't, like... if what you're saying, 35 a month at cap, people would not be even like be loud about like healthcare on the internet. Like I'm hearing so much about healthcare problems. Even if that was fake, I feel like there's a way better ways to deliver that. That's true. Which one? Okay. Wait, where does this come from? Blood glucose monitor kit. I wonder if a kit get out of here. Alright. Well, that was enlightening. But I mean, those sources though. Those are still sources. There's some people not from the US online who still don't understand the cost of healthcare. So you're telling me that with 20 years of diabetes and I don't understand the cost of healthcare? Are you sure that I don't understand the cost of healthcare? I saw people in the US who don't understand the cost of healthcare. What do you mean? You haven't checked? You didn't check Australia's? Alright, Australia. Oh, with less I. Australia. Healthcare. I should just search healthcare. Ayo, fuck AI lah, haya. Medicare and the public hospital system provide free and low-cost access for all Australians to most of these healthcare services. Oh, I mean, that's fair, right? Darren speaking reality. The way Pecan mentioned the things are a little bit close to being too good to be true, no? I'm still reading for the best country in the world comment. Yeah, I mean that one is just funny. And then to bring Malaysia into it as well is just unfair. I mean, we are literally a third world country. And they want to bring Malaysia in? You just head this off the pass. If you're trying to help, you are being way too aggressive about it. Not everyone knows about everything. That doesn't mean beat them on the head until they know. It's been to point them the right way to discuss. I mean, I've been trying to like understand your point, and I've been reading your like sources and things. You are a little bit on the aggressive side. I agree with Jameson here. This one of the best, not the best. My country no longer has much primeval forest thanks to its mythical best country in the world's bombs. Oh, that's so fucked up. Sorry for laughing at that, but that's so fucked up. Didn't you say the best? I feel bad for you, Zen. One of the creators. Top 10. me try another. Yeah. I checked it. He did say one off. I want permission to abuse the powers I've been given. Look, as the streamer, alright, here's my general consensus of the current situation. Yeah, it is still quite a statement. Okay, so I've been talking about insulin and stuff. You did provide me with sources, but I'm still like confused with like a lot of things since I'm not too sure. Okay, maybe your point about like outside of like me being outside of US is not, I'm not too sure about what the healthcare is, right? Those are fair points. It's just I've been trying to understand, I guess, but I don't know, the vibe is not there. You know, I get that you're trying to help. I feel it. I've been reading the. I've been trying to read the things they've sent me. I'm trying to learn, I guess. Cool gamer tip: I have less errors per minute and higher words per minute when tilted. I mean, I can see that. Zeus types a lot more, no? Sure, more time you could learn. It's not something you learn instantly, you just few web pages. Yeah, but I still agree with Jade actually. So what Jade mentioned is that it's better to just ask about like people who actually live with diabetes in the US and see how they fare. So maybe I can find someone with that. Let me go to my Discord. Actually, give me a second. It's getting dark. I'm so lazy to open.
Reminder, you need pets and are a good girl. So, good girl, have pets, Bracky pets.
I do actually lean toward believing this new development in insulin price because of the sources, but boy, the delivery of this info is not good, and plus even with this being true, the other factors in the US still makes it a dubious choice for Tira. It kinda is. Maybe I should just shout in my Discord. Also, Medicaid here, so what's on 35 for a 50 pack? You're supposed to say it's... What's with that statement? I mean, live under a rock when it comes to financial anything. And Zen said other factors make a US a probably place to live in its current state, given it seems to be pretty unstable and declining. Currently, yeah. With how things are going on, with the things that I've seen on the internet, yeah. I'm on my Discord, just a second. I was on the pills, not the needles. Oh! Oh, hands pack, I understand. Okay. What do you think is declining specifically? If you need to ask that, are you sure? There's so many things happening on the US. Even I, who is not from the US, knows what's going on. human rights. Exactly. Like there's so many 那个反驳，哎，那个反驳怎样讲 ？So many, you know, like where there's like a place with tons of people protest. That's the word. There's so many protests going on with like there's so many protests going on, and then like people's human rights are getting violated and shit. Ice execution. Exactly. Like holy shit. Environment touches, and I can say a little sus mongoose. Can Josh, I suck at speaking sometimes too. I try to put best something forward first until otherwise proven wrong. Me too. Typing is hard. It's comments like this, exaggerative and outlandish, that makes it feel like you're looking for a fight instead of anything else. If it's just so at least denote it somehow. If it's actually looking for a fight, go to a boxing ring. If you're not looking for a fight, can you please just in a different way? There was sarcasm, so satire. Point proven then. Like, Jameson's point has been proven then. 2 US citizens executed in the streets by the president's personal militia. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh my god. It's so fucking bad. And that too is Zeus, what Zeus said. People should do /J, or in my case, the destructed to know if it's not serious. Give it a shot. Is still ranked highly in human right? Alright, chat. I have reached a conclusion. Get out of here, man. Jesus fucking Christ. I'll do it, Zeus. I'll do it. Yeah, oh. If people has been telling you nicely about things and you just say no, fine. Alright, if you are not seeing if you are not seeing the problem with what they if you are not seeing a problem with what you said, it's a problem, then you are a problem, okay? So we good. I gave you enough time for this. Exactly, Zen, exactly. Before you say director channel down, please, the US unstable and there's several things that somebody oversight sure. Yes, Torn House and lives enough here. Sorry, Zeus. Okay, look, Zeus, look. I believe in Zeus, okay? If you I'm sorry that I stole your only job. Alright. I can take away that mod if you want, but if you want to stay modded, I can also do that. You have an absolute choice here. I trust Zeus. Stinky vibes, very stinky. I gave them a lot of like chances too, right? You wanted to ban the unbeliever? Now ban Brecky? No! Don't ban Brecky. Yeah, like they were a jerk through and through. Like, I'm sorry if there were so many like, I mean, I was being of the second message. I wanted to, but I gave them like because I thought they really know about the insulin situation in the US, but after we sort of went away from the insulin situation and then talk about country, that's where the problem really shows. And it's like, yeah, zero patience for assholes. I guess I need to do that as well. I wanted to ban them as well with their like second message was like what? Wait, the first message is one of the safety countries to be trends. %, sure, basic statistics. It's just they are so full of themselves, it's already a little bit of a red flag there. I should just ban them right from the start. It's fine. Reviewed all valid, get rid of them awful person. Right? Thanks for reviewing, Evie. Like I said, I understand some people have trouble speaking or typing their emotions and can come off as mean, but yeah, that was a little bit too much towards the end. Opportunity to realize a lot of opportunity actually. I feel like I was being really nice. Right, I feel like I was being really nice there, but they just had to like the way they say about Malaysia, the way they had to like bring it in. The way they had to be like at least definitely better than Malaysia. It's like walao you sure 噶？妈的，我扒过去真是，我们马来西亚都没有搞你，搞什么追真是讲什么毛扒过去呢？Yeah. They came in with that, and I was like at the verge of my seat. It's like, are you sure? I was admittedly trying to bait them to show their hand by explicitly telling them what they were coming off as. Why is it important to consider how others feel and how to rectify that? They decide I don't want to care about people, I want to be egocentric. Yeah, they reply to you for no, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. We all were very nice. Yeah. Also, Brad Talk, I agree, they were a jerk. Effectively, I laid it out so they can absolutely know when to fuck up the be nice and be mean buttons, and they decide to hit the latter. Yeah, that's a really nice. That's a really nice thing to do. I think that was probably a case of a good info delivered in the worst way by a person. At first, they just devour current poll. What? Don't ban Zeus. What the heck? Thank you, Wolfen. Yes, they smell. Who? Not worth the time. This point is orange. No, Zeus don't smell. Don't ban my mod. There was really a case of good info delivered in the worst way by a person. At first, I just devolved fully into sarcasm and insult at the end. Exactly. Wolfen, thank you for 2 gems. Thank you. Yeah, we can stop talking about it. It's fine. Tonal shift. Yeah. When's the next monster stream? I'm not too sure, honestly. I mean, there's not going to be new content for a long time, but now that I know Monster Hunter, I can. No, we are not banning Zeus. Dragons, heck yeah. 07. Wait, what was I again? Oh yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds, right? So now that I know I can use monster materials to smelt out armor spheres and orichalcites, it's a good incentive for me to farm more GOG. 07. Bye bye Zeus. I'm not gonna ban Zeus though. Yeah. I'm astonished that not that many people know that. Yeah, right? And like, I don't know about that because it's like, I think it's like because the game gave us nada, right? And then nada is like the general managing the entire place, like item gathering or like trading with everyone in the game, right? Is it pun free? Why can't the speak Turks run a government? Because our laws will be too draconian. Oh, I never said that, but hi Wolfen. Take all the way I can confuse servers and don't worry too much about GOG. I mean, I'm pretty much just fighting GOG because I love GOG. You cannot ban yourself, it's crazy. Well, you tried, Zeus. I've seen the effort. I've seen the effort. You tried, but you cannot. I'm not gonna ban Zeus. Rogue's Heaven. Materials wise, been a hunt multi-monsters or non-tempered stuff. I just take out whatever I can, field surveys, and don't worry too much about GOG. Usually giving Jintahan and Josia, and especially Nasty Nugi, because the latter parts are especially valuable in the form, and the former's my favorite hunt. Let's try this. Let's banning this tier, fella. Oh yeah, you want to ban the streamer, huh? You want to ban the streamer? Yeah, I'm here. Try banning me. Come on, come on. Can I actually ban myself? What if I ban myself on my stream? Ban good girl on stream. Oh no. Oh no. What if I do it? I can do it, right? I think it's possible. Alright, if my stream dies, you guys know what's up, okay? I'll start my story and now you rate me, then I'll ban you. No clue what could happen. Oh no. Many combos now? Heck yeah. Look at that. Beautiful many combo. I'm actually kinda scared of doing that. What if I get banned? Do I need to unban myself? Wait, no, Zeus did it. Right? Zeus did it and you cannot ban the broadcaster. You cannot ban the broadcaster, is crazy. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Many coupled. Hey, let me check the time. It's 6:30. I'm probably gonna have to like extra Zen stream. Maybe I could join you for some armored core. Ooh, wait, Zen is going to stream. Zen, as a kobold, you better stream now. I'm gonna rate you. I'm watching you. Period. End of the Starbound stream. I just did my stream 2 hours ago. Yeah, but still, if you stream, I would join. Well, I would raid. I would raid. Well, thanks for cheering me out from whatever that happened on stream just now, right? Thank you all. Wow. I feel cheered up now. I don't feel as depressed anymore, at least. So getting a peer okay, no, don't do it. It's okay. Joking. Maybe I can still ban Braggy. Oh. Let me know if you want to play Brownie or stream sometime or CS. Sure, I'll hit you out sometime. Yeah. How Kogo is much more calm down and de-stressed. Yeah, I am. I was a little bit like I was trying to catch the vibe of. I'm sorry for bringing it back again, but only for a little bit. I was trying to catch the vibe of that person, but you know, after a bit, I'm not stressed out anymore, so it's all good. By my own advice, the armor core thing was a joke. It joke. Don't be peer pressured into doing under the stream. Sorry, a 5 hour second stream. Where I just going to. Yeah, bonk him, Jason. Go bonk him. No. Bad dragon. Wink wonk. Wink wonk. AA. I love you have you cannot ban the broadcaster every time I open up the Discord. It's so funny. You cannot ban the broadcaster, it's crazy. Oh. Thanks for cheering me up. I feel much better now. Also, I think it's probably about time that I need to end the stream as well, because it's about time that I kinda need to go fetch them. Also, I didn't say thank you to the coffee donation just now. I haven't checked it actually. It was a Bray Talk, right? let me open up my coffee real quick. It's gonna be a play with viewers stream, so you guys get so you guys get multiplayer goon. Whenever we gain the power to abuse the powers I don't have yet. Wait, don't you already have it? Coffee. Wait, call dash fee. Yeah. No, let me check. Let me check my coffee real quick. It's probably gonna have like my 2 FA. Oh my goodness. What happened? Alright, 2 FA. Number. I need to have a better way to sign into coffee faster, I feel like. One day Zeus will be promoted into a broadcaster and replace Tail by himself. I mean, I guess Zeus can try. Zeus tried to ban the broadcaster but doesn't work. What happened? Oh my god, Brett Hawk. That's so much Brett Hawk. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my god. Wait, that's so much though. Wait. Are you sure? I mean, oh my god. God. Oh god. Thank you. Holy shit. Oh. I don't know how to talk anymore. Gosh, I mean, gosh, thank you. I don't know what to say other than thank you, I guess. We've given you some bits to my primary poorer than you, but thanks to everyone who did. Oh yeah, no worries, right? Only help if you are able to, right? If you need the money to sustain yourself, definitely keep the money, right? But gosh, thank you, Pretok. It's a lot. I mean, obviously, thank you for like metal for the bits for the gems as well. And thanks to Evie and Crystal and Wolfen for the gems as well. Like, thank you. Any amount helps, honestly. Real. I'm curious to what it was. Just don't let her awful sister drive a car again. I'll try. I could probably just hide the key and don't let her drive because... I mean, I would put the key on my bed where I sleep. I think that's a good idea. I'm curious to what it was. I'm curious to what was. Denied my help, which was a 5-hour cooling stream, therapeutic in nature. I don't think Twitch allows good. Wait, no, Twitch. Oh wait, let me rephrase that. Twitch only allows goon when it's like a female. So yeah, there you go. That's what Twitch does a lot of times, no? Like girl streamer don't get banned for like the heinous shit, and then when the male streamer says some like you're fat, and then they got banned for 2 weeks. I guess I have to trans myself real quick then, Goon. Well, I'll... That's a good idea. Sadly, yes, yeah. It's from what I've seen anyway. Not quite only if the streamer's stupidly popular. That as well, right? That plus being a female. I mean, we're talking about Dan Clancy here, right? I watched some I watched some news. I watched some like information on YouTube. I'm gonna be a very muscular dragon lady. Gosh, you're gonna make me feel excited then by saying that. Oh, maybe not too Bara though. A well-toned dragon lady would get me going, honestly. Neuron activated. Yeah. Hope I stream them. If I can, I will, definitely. Baratira can hurt you. Wait, I think I actually have an art about an art of Baratira because Roland decided to curse with it. Is it here? Oh shit, it's not here. I don't remember where I put it. Well, it's easy. Let me go to my Telegram real quick. Is it lens? No, lung. Okay, there we go. Photos. Oh, is it not here? Oh no, I forgot where I put it. Is it a different one? Speaking of, I almost forgot I gotta do push-ups after this for my Baramin breast. Pain is on the horizon for me. Uh-oh. Maybe it's here? Oh, it's not Baratira. Oops, I forgot. It's... it's this. High numbers. It's Baradroxon. Well, only the shoulder. Okay, that's enough. Oh my god, it's so cursed. How numbers is doing good. Welcome. Yeah, no Baratira. Thank goodness. I don't know how a Baratira would look. Well, at least we know how Baradroxon is gonna look like. You're gonna have that handsome GigaChat Squidward face, right? Very toned cheeks and stuff like that. Hell yeah. Alright, let's look for people to rate real quick then. Hop on my 5-hour bar stream while I do 1 push-up per hour. Yo, 1 push-up per hour? God damn, you're gonna feel toned. That's the word, right? Feel toned. Who do I raid? Oh, wait, there's more people now. I'm not even playing Halo though. I'm surprised. Oh wow, I knew. Oh. There's Lucy the Kobold. there's also Johnny. I mean, I get to rate Johnny a little bit, just a little bit more often than Lucy. Lucy Kobo. Oh, she got a new picture, a new avatar. So, dang. She's playing Slay the Spire too. Wow. I would rate Johnny, but I also don't have a lot of chance to rate Lucy the Kobold. You know, let's rate Lucy. I don't really get a lot of chance to rate into Lucy. Although I hope with this amount of people. I hope it's fine. It should be fine. Let's rate Lucy. More Kobo? Yeah. Gonna have my deranged jokes. I should do those push-ups. I'll have a great day, Tiara. Thank you, Zen. Good luck with those push-ups. I wanna see a Bara Zen. Okay, maybe not. I don't know, I don't feel great with Bara. Both are fine. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Thanks for cheering me up again. I feel so much better now. Thank you. Well, I'm still going to plug my stuff real quick. I can trace over that buff Riku meme with my avatar if you want that. Well, I mean... Hey, I'm not opposed to looking at a Bara dragon. Or buff dragon. I like dragons. Anytime. Oh. No, I don't think I'm beautiful. I don't know. Anyway, I know people. Okay, I still want to plug it. Coffee good. Coffee helps. Coffee donation will most likely be donated towards or donate 不辣海呀 will be used to paying bills and stuff, and if I have any extra, I'll try my best to save them up. So yeah, thanks again, by the way, Brett Hawk. That means so much. Oh my god. Thank you. And I also have a Discord channel, Coffee the Good Girl. Coffee is also the good girl. Yeah. Discord good. I announced my streams stuff over there. And there's also Dragon Symphony Corner, because I like dragons a lot. My English sadly isn't good enough to take part in great conversations like with this jerk from earlier, but at least I can understand everything. It's all good, it's all good. It's fine, it's okay. I'm just glad that I didn't drive away too many people with that people there. With that jerk just now. Thanks for sticking with me as well with throughout the entire ordeal. Well, it's not ordeal, it's just a little bit of a fumble. But yeah, Discord good. I announced my stream stuff over there. I think that's pretty much it. I don't think I have anything else to plug. So yeah, let me have the rate message. Even though Lucy is a bold, I still want to ask for uppies. Because as a kobold, I love uppies. Oh, on a little bit of unrelated note, alright. I want to change the cannon size of Tiara. So as you guys know, or if you guys don't know, it's okay. Tiara is 106 centimeters tall, and it's too big, and I want to change that in the near future. Right? I want to make her maybe 75 cm, 76 cm, something around like that. I think I like to be small. I like to be very small. So, hey, I'm just saying, I like being small. And Cobalt uppies are always good. Yeah, I love uppies. Ups you many times and hugs you. Oh, many dragon hugs. Oh my god, thank you. Still small compared to a dragon. True. I like to be mega small. Oh, I have the right message. You're very tiny. Yeah. See, tiny good. I like being tiny. I like being small. Way easier to give uppies to. No? Let me type in the rate to Lucy. You can be tiny. I was cursed with tall. Zeus tall. I mean, Zeus is cool dog. It's okay, cool dog, very cool. Smooch means smooch entire Kobo. See, I want that. That's amazing. If a smooch means smooch the entire Kobo, it's like so perfect. I'm getting excited. Oh shit. Well, I'm ready to rate Lucy. I won. Oh, it's almost 7. Okay, so I need to go to the airport soon. So before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much, and thanks again, really, from the bottom of my heart, for cheering me up from whatever happened just now. Right? It means the world. That, oh my god, it makes me feel so nice. Right? So thank you. Right? And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very, very, very valuable. And Kobo really loves y'all. I really do, right? Makes me feel very special every time I'm here, so thanks again. And here comes the raid to Lucy, the couple. Yeah. Thank you. I can't promise to not vent too much, but I'll try not to vent too much still. I will drink. I will drink double the amount. I actually don't know if I want to stream tomorrow and Wednesday night. So when I'll probably will be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday nighttime now. So it's like a very different time of stream. I kind of want to do more art during those times, so I'm still debating whether if I want to do it, right? But we'll see. If I feel like doing it, I'll do it. So that could mess with a lot of people's watch streak, so I will apologize in advance for that, right? But if I do stream, I'll announce it on Discord so that people will know, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks again. Love y'all. Right. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. Night night. Take care. Night.